Hello everyone. This is a Windows 365 masterclass. So in this video, I have put together multiple topics which includes everything what you need to know. I'm not saying everything, but most of the things what you want to know if you are either studying about Windows 365 or you're working in your organization starting to put together things for Windows 365. These are the things you need to learn. So in this video, you will learn things like what is Windows 365. So here I will explain about what are the different types of Windows 365 available, how you can get it, things like that. Straight away, we go into technical configuration demo to show you very high level how you can configure Windows 365 in your Intune portal. Then one of the requirement, if you want to have a custom image is like if you don't want to use Microsoft provided Windows 10 or Windows 11, then you can bring your own image. If you don't know how to do that, I will show you step-by-step demonstration on how to do that. And then we have detailed three different walkthroughs on three different types of architecture available. So there are simple architecture, there is little complex architecture, there is one include bringing your on-prem resources to Windows 365 to Intune as well. So I'll walk you through all these three different various types of configuration you can do to actually make it possible. Then we are going to dive deep into different features of Windows 365. So if you want to configure Windows 365 boot or Windows 365 switch or frontline, I have different demos or walkthrough available within this masterclass to help you with that, each step by step. Then couple of comparisons. I have two different sections. One is comparing Windows 365 with DevBox and comparing Windows 365 with Azure Virtual Desktop. These two sections are catered to people who wanting to understand where does DevBox fit in, or if I'm using AVD or Windows 365, who should it be catered towards? How can you configure AVD versus Windows 365? All those sort of things are detailed or explained in that section. Then we again go back into different configurations, things like how to configure MFA or conditional access for your Windows 365 access. Autopatch is another cool scenarios where you can let Microsoft deploy patches to not only Windows 365 devices, to your Edge browser and Office applications, things like that. You will be able to learn how to do that. Then I have a quick video explanation on, I got sent by Fitian, use these FIDO2 keys. I don't know if it is FIDO2 or FIDO2 keys. So I've used that to configure to log into these Windows 365 devices. So if you are interested, security conscious, or you want to figure out a way on different way to sign into Windows 365, that's a quick one I would definitely encourage you to watch. And finally, I have one of my colleague coming in and explaining about what are the different types of Windows 365 reporting available and how can we access it and where can you look into it, what are the reporting which is going to come in next, things like that. So this is a power packed content. I will make sure to put the timestamp on each of these section in the description. So if you are particularly interested about knowing about a particular topic, you can actually click on it and go directly to that part. And before I let you go, I just want to highlight one more additional thing. So if you want to follow these in a study guide format, you can visit a guide to cloud.com. That's the blog or the website which I put this content whenever I get time. There are different study guides available. That's not the whole conversation today. So you can find Windows 365 study guide in there. So if you go in there, I will make sure to put the video which I'm going to do right now, the masterclass at the top, so you can watch that there. But if you want to break it down into a tiny chunk, you want to learn it as whenever you get time, then you can actually pretty much follow along these content. This will not only include the video part of it, like the demonstration on the demo, but it include like good tips and tricks or the important notes which you need to be aware of. Like I clearly marked down which all the important points you should be knowing. It has the architectural diagrams. It has all the important bits you need to know. So this can be a quick bookmark for you to learn the content as well. So if you like to use it, please use it. Otherwise, just ignore it. Just watch the video. All right. Take care. So with this Windows 365, you would get a cloud-based service which will automatically create a new type of Windows virtual machine. Those are known as Cloud PCs for the end users. And with this Cloud PC, you as an administrator would be able to manage these Cloud PCs just like any other PCs using your deployment solutions like Configuration Manager or Microsoft Intune. And the identity or the username and the password which users can use to sign in to the Cloud PCs are managed from your Azure Active Directory. And you can use various methods to connect to this Cloud PC. You can either use a browser, or there are dedicated apps available for different platforms. Like you can go to your App Store or Google Play Store, or for your Windows 10 or 11 App Store, and download dedicated clients available for Windows 365 and access these Cloud PCs. So let me quickly show you from a very high level point of view, how does this Cloud PC looks like, how you can access it. We will go into detailed demos during the technical deeper dive. So the one way of accessing this is by going into a browser. This is the very simplest way of accessing it, because as long as you have an access to a device and it has an internet connectivity, I'm sure all of your devices have an internet browser. So just go to windows365.microsoft.com and sign in with your Office 365 or your Azure AD credentials and log in to the Windows 365 portal. All right, so now you are within your Windows 365 portal. So let me quickly expand the size so you can see all of the details clearly. All right, so now you are inside the Windows 365 portal for an end user. Your Cloud PCs are showed like a card. As you can see that this is one of the Cloud PC which is assigned to this particular user. The user signed in with their username and password, and that user can see a Cloud PCs which is assigned for that user. Within this card, there are few things which is very visible for the user. One, when did that user signed in last connected detail. You can see that if an hour ago this user signed in to this Cloud PC, what's the operating system of this particular Cloud PC. Cloud PCs at the moment support Windows 10 and Windows 11, and what's the configuration of this particular Cloud PC. These Cloud PCs come with different configuration. We will go through that in detail. So this particular one has 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM and 128 GB storage allocated to this particular Cloud PC. I want to take you through a couple of other things as well. On the left hand side, you can see right under home, there is a download button. So this is the page where you can come and download specific apps for accessing Cloud PC. One way of accessing is using an HTML5 browser just like this. Another way is to download dedicated apps. So for Windows, you can go to Windows Store and download this app. So when you click on this link, it will automatically take you to your App Store and you can download for Windows. For your Mac operating systems, you can download your App Store one is visible and your Android one is also available. So that's how you can download the app. We will go through different apps capability and how it is different from the browser in detail on the upcoming videos. So now go back to your homepage. Within this card itself, you can do a couple of other things. One, before I connect into Windows 365, a user can restart their Cloud PC. they can restore. That means Cloud PCs comes with snapshot capability, where you get an ability to restore your Cloud PCs on a previous known state. So there are different configurations we have to do. I will take you through that later. So just at the moment, know that you can actually back up and restore your Cloud PCs based on the configuration. Other thing what you can do is you can rename it. So you would wonder, why would you want to rename it? There could be multiple reasons. One, you as a user may have multiple Cloud PCs assigned to you. So if you want to know your particular Cloud PC with a distinct name, you can rename it for yourself. But that doesn't mean it will change the backend name within your Intune or SCCM. So this is purely for the end user perspective. And you can troubleshoot the connectivity issues, you can go through system information, things like that. So that's the very high level view on what you can see on the console. The next, for a user, if they want to access their Cloud PC, all they have to do is click on open in a browser. That will immediately launch your Cloud PC for you. Before you connect to your Cloud PC, we have these session settings for a user. So this will um, give you an ability to connect and interact with your local PCs as well. And you can access external peripherals like printer, microphone, clipboard, location. If you want to let anybody know where the location is for your Cloud PC, you can let them access that as well. All of this can be configurable as well. So as an administrator, they can actually allow or disable access to these peripherals. We will go into deeper dive. In the deeper dive session, we will go into how to configure these things in detail when we do that. So next, you can click on connect. Now, if you don't want this to be showed all the time, you can enable this and you can click on connect. Single sign-on is available for this Cloud PC, but I will have to put in my password again because this is a test user, not the signed in user. And after you provide the password, click on sign in. All right, so now it is signing into your Cloud PC. As you can see that as soon as I logged into the Cloud PC, I immediately came back to where I left off within the Cloud PC. One thing you need to keep in mind about Cloud PC is this is a dedicated Cloud PC assigned to individual users. This is not multi-session. This is not shared or pooled instance of a virtualized PC. Because this is a dedicated Cloud PC, it is always running. So you don't have to shut down to save cost or things like that. When you finish working, you can close the browser or the window of the Cloud PC. And when you sign back in, you will be where you have left off. We will go through in detail about what additional things you can do regarding app deployment, options within the browsers, things like that. Another thing I want to highlight here is the connectivity. So this instance of Cloud PC is hosted in Australia. It's hosted in Microsoft hosted network. And for a user, if I click on check the speed of this particular Cloud PC instance, you would start seeing like around 1.5 to 1.8 upload and download speed within this Cloud PC instance, which is amazing considering as long as you have a terminal which you can connect into Cloud PC, and from there onwards, it's like your external PC with an unbelievable internet connectivity to do your work. Yeah, that's a quick look into how you can access Cloud PC using the browser. Another way of accessing Cloud PC is using this app. This app is available for both Windows 10 and Windows 11. When you sign in to the app using a user profile, and if you have a Cloud PC assigned for you, you would start seeing the cards like this. And from there onwards, you can simply tap to connect, and this connects to your Cloud PC. This is very simple to deploy. It's available within your app store. Another good thing about this is if you are using multiple monitor and you want your cloud PC estate on all the monitors, the recommended approach would be to use this app to connect to your cloud PC. Let's look into the integration aspect of this cloud PC. From an identity point of view, the cloud PC is tied to an individual user within your organization. And the identity is driven from your Azure Active Directory or your Entra ID. So, just like how you would assign a license to a user within your organization for Exchange Online for or SharePoint Online or for any other features within your Microsoft 365 suite, you would pick a SKU for this cloud PC and you assign to a user. So the identity is completely integrated to your service, so you don't have to worry about creating another service for your identity. Then all your Microsoft 365 apps. So when you deploy your cloud PC for the first time, you have an option to choose either your custom operating system or Microsoft provided image. So when you use Microsoft image, it have couple of flavors. One of the flavors comes with all the Microsoft 365 apps installed with it. So as soon as you deploy it, users can start using the Microsoft 365 apps like your Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. Microsoft Defender. So if you are already deploying Microsoft Defender within your organizations on your PCs, you can extend that deployment to the cloud PC as well. It automatically deploys to your cloud PC and you can manage your Defender from there as well. And last but not the least, how do you manage your cloud PC? So just think of Cloud PC as your PC by itself. Just that you don't see the physical form of that device within in front of you or in front of your user. It's just running in Microsoft Data Center. But all other aspect of how you manage a traditional PC within your organization remain true and same to Cloud PC as well. So you can leverage your existing app deployment model. You can leverage your existing patch deployment model to deploy patches and application to Cloud PC, which is same for applying policies to your Cloud PC. So you can, if you have policies within your configuration manager or Microsoft Intune, just need to add this cloud PC entity within that deployment model and you start getting these policies as well. So don't worry about it. So we will go through each and every aspect of it. When I do the technical demonstration, we will go through Microsoft Endpoint Manager or Microsoft Intune console to see how we can configure your first cloud PC, things like that. The next obvious question is, how do you access your cloud PC? In the demonstration, I have quickly shown you how a user can access a cloud PC using a browser. Then towards the end, I have kind of showed you how you can use an app which you can download on your Windows 10 or Windows 11 to access cloud PC. So one thing you need to keep in mind is, irrelevant of any form factor or the platform, Microsoft makes sure that we have an app, or if you can't download the app for whatever reason, you can always use a browser to connect into your cloud PC, which include Windows, Mac, Linux, iOS and Android, and any type of form factor you want to use. Either you want to pick it a sorry either you want to pick up a laptop or a desktop or a tablet or a phone, you can access the cloud PC from any of the form factor. So what type of operating system available for cloud PC at the moment? So you can either use a Windows 10 or Windows 11. Like I mentioned before, when you try to provision your first cloud PC, you can choose to bring your own operating system as well, as long as that operating system is Windows 10 or Windows 11. So there are two ways you can do it. One, use the Microsoft given or provided operating system, which we manage it. We take care of the patching, security updates up until the point where you start using it. Or you could customize your operating system, sysprep it, upload it, and you can start using it. So I will create a separate video on how to create a custom image and upload the image into the portal and leverage that image for your cloud PC. So don't worry about that. We will go through that in detail at the later videos. And finally, before concluding this video, I want you to know about what are the types of SKUs available, or how do you get this Windows 365. So let me quickly show you in the portal how you can assign it to a user. Then we can come back and talk about it. I'm on my admin portal. So I'm going to quickly go to a user. You can assign it either in a Microsoft admin portal or Azure AD portal or Intune portal. It doesn't matter. So just pick a user within your organization. As long as you have the right licenses purchased within your tenant, you would be able to see that licenses when you try to assign it for a user. So go click on assignments. Towards the bottom, because it starts with W, towards the bottom you will be able to see Windows 365 Enterprise. So that's the name of the license. That's how it starts, and then the rest of it is the configuration associated with that particular SKU. So you can see that I have a license available, which is a two sorry which is a 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB RAM, and 128 GB storage. So if I pick this license and assign it to a user, the next time when a user signs in, they get a cloud PC with that particular configuration. So don't worry about it. Again, we will go through the whole process of how a first user get the cloud PC, things like that, but you get an idea, right? So this is the SKU type. Now when you look at this slide, these are the type of SKUs available at the moment. So when I say at the moment, while I'm recalling, what's the date today? Today is 20th of July. So things change very fast in the cloud world. So tomorrow it could be more SKUs, less SKUs, customizable SKUs, who knows. But at the moment when I'm recording, you have these types of SKUs available. And these SKUs have different purposes. So I will go in detail about, okay, which users, which SKUs are the right for them, and things like that. So typically a 2 CPU 4 GB RAM machines are used for frontline workers or first line workers, or if you have call center users, they use their cloud PC for learning themselves or CRM access, things like that. That's the recommended approach. So when you deploy these cloud PCs, the recommended apps which you can use is like Microsoft 365 apps, OneDrive, Adobe Reader, Microsoft Edge for connecting into the outside world, for accessing SaaS-based applications, etc. But if you plan to use Microsoft Teams, you need to be aware that on this particular version, only audio is available. Video is not that great to use within this particular SKU. The 2 vCPU 8 GB versions is really good for if you are allowing your organization to the users to bring their own PCs, or you're allowing them to work from home, where they do market researchers, or like typically a consultant or a government employees. This is an ideal PC for those type of users, wherein you would be able to use the full version of Teams, both audio and video, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, OneDrive, Adobe Reader, a browser to connect into their SaaS applications, things like that. Then we get into these higher configurations. So these higher configuration give you more, or the users more power or more grant to their cloud PCs. Like if you're a developer, you tend to either use for vCPU 16 GB RAM or 32 GB RAM, depending upon like the type of libraries and the amount of libraries you want to install on your cloud PC. So you get the idea, right? The higher the SKUs will give you the more power on your cloud PC, and depending on the different use cases, you can assign these to different users. The typical use case scenario for the 8 vCPU versions are software developers, engineers, or mostly content creators, where they want to replace their engineering workstations to a cloud PC, and they can pretty much get their job done using their cloud PC and access from anywhere, rather than working on a desktop which is sitting underneath their desk or something like that. The last topic on this section is what are the different use cases for Windows 365? So what we are seeing within Microsoft is customers use Cloud PC for these highlighted use case scenarios, mostly for developers. There are a few reasons why developers love these Cloud PC. One, they can access it from anywhere, from any device, and an individual developer can have multiple Cloud PCs assigned to a single user. So if me as a developer trying to create certain application in one certain configuration, I can work on another Cloud PC at the same time, which is assigned to me with a different configuration. Both assigned to me, I can access it from anywhere, anytime, things like that. Second reason is Cloud PC comes with default restore point. So you as an admin can enable a restore point for a user, and users can go back in time and choose a different snapshot. And these can be used for various reasons. One, if you mess up something, you can go back in time to the previous good known state and restore it. Or another reason could be a developer, uh, after finishing their compilation, they want to go back to the known good state where they know that they don't have to install all the libraries all over again. So they have installed it, they've taken a snapshot, they can go back in time. It actually accelerate the whole process, or accelerate the time to actually do their work properly. So that's another good use case. Another one is contractors, where we have seen is like, rather than giving a physical laptop or a machine to a external contractor when they join the company, maybe for a temporary worker for 6 months or 8 months or maybe for a year, you give them a Cloud PC. Couple of good reasons for that. One, you save immediate cost in terms of the company by not giving them the physical machine. Then added things around by giving a physical machine, you actually add more cost, like management cost, the refresh cost of the device, and there is a depreciating factor about these physical devices. So with Cloud PC, you will get the constant performance. You actually get even more performance because underlying Microsoft will always update the hardware which is running the Cloud PC. So you will actually the value of the Cloud PC appreciate over time rather than depreciating. So that's another reason. And then with the contractor scenario, like any volatile users coming in and going, good to have few licenses of Cloud PC rather than having a bunch of device which you already procure and keep it and assuming that you're going to give it to a user. So when you work out this cost and ease of deployment, this is another great use case. Then partner. So imagine you're bringing another partner to work for a certain particular job, but they want access to your internal application. So rather than giving them a laptop with whole set of access, you can provision a Cloud PC, give to that particular partner or the work person to access the Cloud PC for a certain time, and you can put in conditions and policies around your Cloud PC to only allow access to certain application which that user intend to use. So that's another use case. BYOD, I don't have to explain. So you let the user bring in any device of their choice, but as a company you probably will have all the policies put around your Windows 10 or Windows 11. So you give the user your environment, but user can at the end of the day can use any device of their choice. They can even work on their Android or Apple tablet, but at the same time they connect back into the Windows ecosystem to access the corporate resources. External BPO, kind of similar to the partner and contractors. Overseas and remote staff, again, very highly popular use case at the moment when I'm talking to the customers, because in the traditional way, if you have a overseas user or a remote user, every time you join an organization, you have to configure a device, ship that device to a user. It takes a long time. The shipment will take a long time depending on which country you're from. And if there is any problem, the user have to have to go through some downtime, and it's very difficult for an admin. It's actually a nightmare for to manage overseas or remote staffs physical PCs. So in this scenario, you just create a new cloud PC, assign it to a user or one or two depending on the use case scenario. Desktop replacement, another upcoming popular use case scenario where companies start thinking about, hey, do I have to really give this user a physical machine? Can I replace that with a cloud PC? Because there are advantages on both scenarios. So that's another thing what we are seeing. So these are not the only use case scenarios, but these are the very popular use case scenarios what we are seeing so far. With that, I'm concluding the first part of Windows 365 introduction. We have seen what is Windows 365, we have seen how it looks like, and how you can access it. Then we have seen what are the things which is integrated with Microsoft Windows 365 and typical use case scenarios. In the next video, we're going to see the technical walkthrough. So I'll show you how you can assign a license, what are the policies you need to configure before giving up the cloud PC to a user, things like that. All right, so I'll see you on the next one. This is episode number 2 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we're going to dive deep into the technical aspects of Windows 365. I have divided this episode into 4 different sections. The first one, we will go through as an admin how you can make some decisions on who to assign, how to assign, where to create policies, what are the 3 different types of architectural options available. I will help you understand what are the considerations and what are the benefits of each architectural type, etc. The next part will include the user settings. How can you configure the restore points? How to configure if a user has to be an admin user or a standard user in a cloud PC? What are the other security baselines policies you can apply on top of a cloud PC? So we will look into that on part 2. Part 3 is all about the user experience. As a user, how do you access it? What are the different apps or a browser options available for a user? And the last part will include how you can deprovision a cloud PC. How can you reset a cloud PC? How can you reassign the license and give the cloud PC to a different user? And we will look into what is grace period and how can end a grace period, etc. So I hope you enjoy this. Let's begin. All right, so let's start with part 1. So before a user can use a cloud PC, as an administrator, the first step is to assign the right licenses to a user. There are a couple of ways you can do it. Either you can go to your Microsoft Intune portal by going into endpoint.microsoft.com, or you can go to your Microsoft 365 admin portal. That's by going into admin.microsoft.com, or you could go to your Azure portal as well. So within Azure portal, you can go to your Azure AD, or now there is another way you can go to Entra portal as well. So there are various places you can go and assign a user license. So I'm going to stick with Microsoft Intune because that's the portal we are going to use mostly for the whole demonstration. Go to a user. So on the left hand side on this curtain, you would be able to find a user tab. So click on it. This is where you would be able to see all the users part of your tenant. So to assign a license directly to a user, very simple process. Pick a user who you want to assign the license to. On the left hand side, under manage, you can see licenses. So click on that. This is where you would be able to see all the available licenses or assigned licenses for this particular user. Click on assignments. Within that, you can see the list of available licenses. So towards the bottom, you can see that if you have available Windows 365 licenses, you basically select this checkbox. Or on the left hand side, you can check this box as well. So when you select this, this says that this user is assigned with a cloud PC. The configuration of that is 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM and 128 GB hard disk. So that's how you select it and you save that user. That's one way of assigning the license. Another way is group assignment. So let's go to group. This is actually the easiest way to assign a license. create a new group. Just keep it a security group. I'm going to call this group as Windows 365 user group. I'm going to put the same as the description as well. If you want to add Azure AD roles, you can select yes. It's not mandatory for us. The membership type, I'm going to keep it assigned for now and create it. And let's do a refresh and find the group we created just now. All right, so the group we created just now is Windows 365 user group. Let's go to members. You can see that we have not added any member here. So to assign licenses to this particular group, again, like the user, on the left hand side under manage, there is a licensing tab. Click on assignments and select this license and save it. So anytime you add a new user to this particular group, that user will automatically get the license. So you don't have to individually add licenses to the user. So go to membership and find a user and select the user and add that user. This user will automatically get the license. After you assign the license, the next step is to go and provision these policies required for Windows 365. For that, we have to go to Microsoft Intune portal. On the Microsoft Intune portal, first step is to go to devices. And under devices, you would be able to see Cloud PC creation. Or if your Intune is being not upgraded to the latest one, you would see a Windows 365 tab under devices. So click on Cloud PC creation. This is where you would be able to find all the policies required for Windows 365. So we can begin with user settings and we can go forward. So let's start with Azure network connection first. So the reason for having this Azure network connection here is this will allow your cloud PCs to be stand up within your own virtual network, which you manage within your Azure. So if you don't want cloud PCs to be stand up in Microsoft network, this is where you will have a connection created, which will allow you to have your cloud PCs stand up within your network. There are two options available. One is to have an Azure AD joined cloud PC within your network, or a hybrid Azure AD joined cloud PC within your network. So these are all completely optional steps. If you don't want your cloud PCs within your network or within your Azure network, you don't have to do this configuration. All right, so let me quickly show you how you can do this configuration. If you want to do an Azure AD join, select Azure AD join. I'm going to call it Azure Network Windows 365 Azure AD join. The join type as Azure AD join. Subscription, you need to have access to your subscription. When you sign in to your Intune portal, if this particular user doesn't have access to your Azure subscription, you will not be able to pick your Azure subscription here. So for that, you can always go and give a contributor access to this particular account so that you can perform this activity. So select the resource group, and within that, you need to create a resource group, or you can select an existing one. So I'm going to select an existing one. The next step is you need to select a network. This is where you can go to your Azure subscription and create a network, or if you already have, you can select an existing network. So to give you an idea, so you can go under Azure, click on virtual networks, click on create a new virtual network, and I'm just going to randomly create one. Give a name, click next. Basically, your network will include an IP address range and a subnet. That's all you need. So once you have that, you can stand up your cloud PCs within your virtual network. So since I already have one, if I go to my virtual network, I have a VNet created, CM Lab VNet. So I'm going to leverage that for my Intune. So select that, and within that I do have a subnet which is a default subnet, and click next. So that's how you create your Azure AD joined VNet. So once you have the VNet, it's easy for you to select when you create the provisioning policies. The next one is hybrid Azure AD join. So this is little different to the Azure AD join one. This network need to have a line of sight to your on-prem domain controller. So hybrid Azure AD join means you need to join your Cloud PCs, or you want to join your Cloud PCs to your on-prem domain controller. To do that, your network need to have access to your on-prem domain controller. There are a couple of ways you can do it. One, you could have a site-to-site connectivity from your Azure environment to your on-prem network, or you can have an express route connectivity to your on-premises network. I'm going to call it as Azure Network Windows 365 Hybrid Azure AD Join. Again, select your Azure subscription, resource group, select the VNet and select the subnet. One other difference compared to the Azure AD Join one to this Hybrid Azure AD Join is you need to provide your domain name, OU name, username and password which have access to join these Cloud PCs to the domain. My domain is gtclab.com. If I want this Cloud PC to be part of a specific OU, I need to provide the OU details here in a specific format. So as you can see over here, this is the format. I'm going to leave that. This is not a mandatory field. Next is to provide the username and password. This is a mandatory field. So go ahead and provide the right username which have access to your on-prem domain controller and the password, and click next, and you have your hybrid Azure AD join policy ready. So let's go back to the policy. You can see that I have already created both for my configuration. Both of my policies have some sort of an error. One, I kind of know about it because my domain controller is turned off because I don't use the hybrid Azure AD join. I only used it for testing. Process what we are going to do today is to go through the Microsoft hosted network, but I kind of showed you how to create a hybrid Azure AD join connection. So you can see that my Azure AD device sync is not happened because my server is in a turned off status. All right, so once you have this in place, the next step is to create a provisioning policy. For that, we go to provisioning policies. So in my console, you can see that there is already one provisioning policy available, but let's go ahead and create a brand new one. Ideally, you will only have one or two provisioning policies within your whole tenant. You will not have more than two. So let's start with giving a name. I'm going to call it as Windows 365 provisioning policy. Under license type, there are two types of licenses. One is an enterprise one. So that's what we are going to use now. We will talk about the Frontline in the future videos. Just to give you an idea, Frontline licenses will give you an ability to use one Cloud PC license for 3 users. So this is mostly for frontline staff or shift workers. So we will talk about it, we'll configure it at the later stage. Let's focus on enterprise now. After selecting the license type, there are two ways you can join your Cloud PCs. One, you can join it to Azure AD join or hybrid Azure AD join. Again, the differences are very simple. One, Azure AD join will allow you to join your Cloud PCs to your Azure AD. Hybrid Azure AD join will allow your Cloud PCs to join to your on-prem domain controller. So that's the only difference. When you select hybrid Azure AD join, it will ask you to select the network. You remember, this is the reason we have to create the Azure network before this step. For Azure AD join, you don't have to worry about it. So we will select Azure AD join because that's where we want our Cloud PCs. The next one is Do you want to host this network in the Microsoft hosted network, or do you want to host this in an Azure network, which is your own network? So if you choose Microsoft hosted network, all you have to do is select the geography where you want to host it. In my case, I want to host it in Australia. If you have multiple regions within that geography, you can choose it. So in my case, I only have Windows 365 available in Australia East, so I choose that. So it's very simple, straightforward. This is the recommended approach because you don't have to worry about any other complicated configuration, things like that. But if you do want to host it in your own network, again, you select Azure Network Connection, and within that, you select the Azure Network Connection within your Azure subscription. Previous step, what we have done, you need to go ahead and create your network first. Once you do that, you would be able to select the network here. So I'm going to select Azure hosted, pick a region where you want to host it. The next, we do have a preview feature right now, which will allow the Cloud PCs to use single sign-on. So if you want your Cloud PCs to automatically sign in to from your PC to your Cloud PC, then you can select it. Otherwise, just ignore it. Click next. Here, we have an option to select the operating system. By default, I would encourage or recommend anybody who are studying this to choose a gallery image, because there are a couple of good reasons for that. One, Microsoft will manage this. Microsoft will make sure that it is always up to date and updated with the patches, things like that. And it does come with the Microsoft 365 apps as well. So you don't have to go and deploy Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and all the productivity app which is needed for a user after the deployment. So it is already comes with it. Second, these operating systems are optimized for Windows 365 or VDI. So it's, again, why won't you use an optimized version for Windows 365 rather than your own one? So you pick an operating system. It's either Windows 10 or Windows 11. Select it. Another option is you can have your own custom image. So let me go back, come back again. Instead of gallery image, you can select custom image. So custom image will allow you to use your own operating system. So all you have to do is create an image, sysprep it, upload that image to your Azure blob storage, and then you would be able to use it. I will create another video talking about it, but I don't want to like create on this one because the length of the video will be super long. So we will look into that on a separate video. So let's select gallery image, select an image, and click next. So we created a couple of settings, and the third setting is configuration. By default, Cloud PC naming will be CPC and dash username. If you do want to have your own template, you can provide your own template. So this is the existing template. If you don't provide a template, this is how the Cloud PC naming would be. So I'm going to use the default one. And the next is, how do you want to update your patches within your Cloud PC? If you don't want to use Autopatch, you can select none, and you can use your existing patch deployment to select the patches. If you do want to use Autopatch, you can select Autopatch. I will create a separate video on what is Autopatch and how you can configure it um, on later. But to give you an idea, what is Autopatch? Autopatch will allow Microsoft to patch your Cloud PCs, not just Windows operating system. You can use that to patch your Office applications, your Microsoft Edge, and things like that. So we will do the patching for you. You don't have to worry about it. You can just control and create the policies which is required. And going forward, we will be automatically patching that for you. So don't worry about it. Again, I will create a separate video for that in the future. Click next. Again, this is another important step. Once you create all these all you have to do is select the group where you want to deploy it. You remember we created a Windows 365 user group, so make sure you have users um, part of that group. Click select the user group, click next, review it. As you can see that we created a provisioning policy. The type of the license is enterprise license, not the frontline. We choose the join type as Azure AD join, and we want to host this Cloud PC in Australia East. The image is the gallery image. We are not using the custom image, and we chose Windows 11 without any apps. You have another option to choose with apps as well. Language English, and we selected a group called Windows 365 user group, which we created just before this provisioning policy, and click on create. So that's pretty much it. You already have a provisioning policy ready. If you have a user assigned to that particular group, you will immediately see your Cloud PC is being provisioned automatically for you. You can check that status by going into overview. You can see that if this Cloud PC is been under provisioning, if it is failed for you, or is it automatically provisioned. So in my case, it's provisioned. If you want to check the status of failed one, you can see that I have a couple of network failures. Like I said, the reason for that failure is because I have turned off my domain controller. That's the reason for the failure. If you want to see the Cloud PC, click on all Cloud PCs. I do have one Cloud PC available for a user. It used a provisioning policy. Naming convention, which I told, if you don't give a custom template, by default Cloud PC naming will be CPC dash username dash a random number. If you scroll down to the right, you can see the type of Cloud PC. It used a provisioning policy like this. The image what is used is Windows 11 Enterprise. We didn't use any Azure network connection, so that's why it is blank. You can see the type of the Cloud PC. I used the license queue, 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk. So that's why it is showing the type as that. The status of the Cloud PC is provisioned and which user it is assigned to. You can see that it is assigned to a user and when is it last modified. It's very straightforward. As an administrator, you can do certain admin related tasks for this Cloud PC. You can restart the Cloud PC. You can restore the Cloud PC. If you as an admin want to restore it on behalf of a user, you can do that. You can re-provision the Cloud PC. When you do that, it will automatically log the user off and it will create a new instance. And when you do that, all the restore points for this Cloud PC will be lost. So for whatever reason, if you want to re-provision it, you can do that. The next is you can resize it. Let's assume you have different SKUs available within your tenant, and for whatever reason you want to resize this Cloud PC, you can resize to a higher SKU or you can resize to a lower SKU as well, as long as you have the license available within your tenant. When you do that, the Cloud PC will restart and it will give that particular Cloud PC a newer instance with the appropriate SKU you selected. You can download and collect the diagnostics. If you want to quickly scan the Microsoft Defender scan, you can do that. Or you can do place the Cloud PC under review and things like that. So we will come to that later. We have seen how to set up a new user, how to assign a license. We discussed about the different network connection options. We created the provisioning policies. We discussed the 3 architectural type. We created the Cloud PC provisioning. We haven't discussed the 3 different architectural type. Let me quickly do that. I'm going to go to the study guide. You can access this study guide by going into my blog. Within that, under architecture, I have laid down 3 different architecture. Let's discuss the first architecture. The first architecture is option 1, which is Microsoft hosted network. In this scenario, we are joining your Cloud PC to Azure AD join. When you use this option, your cloud PC is deployed within a Microsoft subscription, and user will get that 1.5 to 2 GB upload and download speed. You can again use Azure AD for your identity. You can use your Microsoft Intune to manage your cloud PC. The only difference is it is hosted in Microsoft network. So let's quickly go to some of the benefits. This is the very straightforward configuration. You don't need any Azure subscription. All you need is the right licenses. You can easily start the deployment immediately. Have to pay for additional cost or network infrastructure. You don't need expertise for your Azure networking. Like I said, no complexity whatsoever, very easy to deploy. And when you do that, it is aligned to your zero trust model. And because it is hosted in Microsoft network, it has very high speed as well. Another benefit is it is aligned to the SaaS model, because Windows 365 is a SaaS based solution. So when you choose the option one, it adhere to the SaaS model. What are the other considerations when you use the option one, which is Azure AD join? It straight away says that it doesn't have any connectivity to your on-prem domain controller. So no access to your on-prem resources, no direct access, which is very important. Because if you do want to give access, there is another option. All you have to do is install your VPN client, and that exposes that cloud PC to access any resources what you want that cloud PCs to access. To access internal resources, like I said, you can install a VPN or private access that gives them an ability to connect to on-prem. The other things are not that important, so you can always go and read about it. What I would recommend is, if you are planning to stand up cloud PC for your organization, try to use option one. If for whatever reason it is not possible, look at option 2 and option 3. But again, bring that architecture to option 1 as soon as possible after mitigating the problems whatever you may have. Let's look at option 2. Option 2, the only difference here is we can talk about option 2 and option 3 parallel. Both option 2 and option 3 need to have on-prem connectivity. Option 2 is you're hosting your cloud PC in your own network, or the network access is in your network, but you are using Azure AD join. Option 3, again, you're choosing the network connectivity within your own Azure network, but you're connecting to your on-premises domain controller for joining the cloud PC. That's the only difference. So both need Azure network, both need you need to have your subnet ready. One is going to join to your Azure AD, another one is going to be joined to your hybrid domain controller. What are the benefit? You get complete control on your VNet. One key benefit why everybody go with this option is you have direct line of sight to your on-premises infrastructure. As long as you have a site-to-site or a VPN connectivity within your Azure environment, you can have a line of sight to your on-premises domain controller. Why some customers prefer to use this? The reason being, they want to have line of sight connectivity to your on-prem domain controller, and they want access to their on-premises legacy applications. That's the reason customers would go for it. What are the considerations? You definitely need an Azure subscription. You need an expertise to manage your network. It does bring in a lot of complexity in terms of deployment. The duration of the deployment is longer, because the first model, you can deploy your cloud PC within 10 to 15 minutes. This would take up to an hour, sometimes even more than that, whenever you try to deploy a new cloud PCs. And it has a lot of risk as well in terms of failure rate. So these are the three different network options available. Now let's look into the other user settings part. How you can decide whether the user has to be a local admin or an administrator or like a standard user. What are the restore options available? How you can assign that policy to a user, things like that. So within your Intune portal, go back to Cloud PCs. Again, the Cloud PCs can be found under devices. Click on devices. Within that, under device onboarding, click on Cloud PC. The policy what we are going to see now is called user settings. So you can click on user settings. Under that, click on add. Just give a name for the user policy, and I'm going to name this as admin. I'll tell you why. So there are two ways you can give permission to the Cloud PC. One, you can just leave as default. Default is everybody's a standard user within your Cloud PC. But for whatever reason you want to give admin privileges to the user, whether be it a developer or an admin user, you can create a policy and you can select enable local admin and click next and assign to a group of user who you want this admin privileges to. So we created a Windows 365 user group, select that group, and any user who is part of this group, if they have a license and a provisioning policy assigned, they will be a local administrator on that particular Cloud PC. Very simple, straightforward. Another one is standard user. So you can leave it at default. If you don't create any policy, that user is going to be a standard user. So that's very simple, straightforward. The next is restore policies. You can club this together with the user setting, or you can create a brand new policy. So I'm going to create a Windows 365 restore policy. Here, by default, the restore policies are not enabled for the user. So you can allow the user to initiate the restore for the user. When you allow it, user will be able to restore the backup or a snapshot of their Cloud PCs all by themselves. By default, there are few snapshot available. If you don't choose one, it is going to default into 12 hours. You can choose either to go with 4 hours, 6, 12, 16, or 24. When you do that, every 4 hours, Microsoft is going to take a snapshot of your Cloud PC. It is all part of the cost. There is no additional cost for taking this snapshot or the number of snapshot you take or retain it. Microsoft is going to take 10 snapshot every 4 hours or any configuration you choose, and another 4 more weekly. So in total, there are going to be 14 restore points. So select that, click next. Again, select a user group. Select the user group where you want this restore policies to be applied and click next. And that's about it. So that's the two settings you will probably have. One, to choose whether the user need to be admin or a standard user, and you select that. The next one is the policy which will allow the user to restore it. Now let's look from the user point of view. While I do that, I can show you both of this as well. So we'll go to part 3. While going through the browser and the app experience, I can quickly show you how the user can restore their Cloud PC. Let us first use a browser to access Windows 365 Cloud PC. To go to the Cloud PC portal, type in windows365.microsoft.com and provide your Office 365 username and password. I assigned the user license to this particular user, so I'm going to sign in, provide the right password, and click on sign in. All right, so now you can see that this user have 2 Cloud PCs assigned. So let me quickly expand the size. So Cloud PCs are shown as these cards, and these cards will have certain information like what type of operating system assigned to this user, what's the configuration like. So if you notice, this particular Cloud PC have 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM, and 128 GB hard disk. This particular Cloud PC have 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM, and 128 GB hard disk. So that's the main configuration. So extra bit of CPU and extra bit of RAM. Apart from that, both are assigned with same configuration. You as a user can do certain tasks within the browser. One, you can restart the Cloud PC, restore it, rename it, troubleshoot, and you can look into system information. So when you restart, it's saying that the Cloud PC is active at the moment. Any unsaved data you might have on your Cloud PC will be lost. If you accept this warning message, you can click on restart. Because it's a one-to-one mapping, you don't have to restart your Cloud PC or shut down your Cloud PC to save cost. You can let it run all the time. The idea of that is, if you are working on something, if you finish your work, you can just close your browser, and when you log in back the next time, you can restart from where you left off, which is great.
Another thing what you can do is you can rename it. So let me quickly go and rename this Cloud PC. I'm going to call it as Jump Host Cloud PC. So I know that before this particular user sign in, this user can understand which Cloud PC it is. And I'm going to name this as a developer PC or whatever. Another thing what you can do is restore. So restore is nothing but, like I mentioned before, when you create the policy, you can create, you can allow a Cloud PC to have a snapshot capability. So if you look at it, every 4 hours there is a snapshot taken. So if I as a user want to go back into a known state before, I can select that and click on restore. That is going to restore this point back to that particular time. Again, click on restore. It is restoring the Cloud PC to that known state. While that is happening, let me quickly rename this Cloud PC. I'm going to call this Cloud PC as development Cloud PC. Again, if you look at restore, you might find restore points for this Cloud PC as well. What else can I do? We can troubleshoot it. So when you troubleshoot it, it tells you messages like, do you need resources to be connected for working properly, or Windows 365 services are online and available, and any other connectivity issues, things like that. So click on start. This go and troubleshoot the connection for that particular Cloud PC. You can see that the other Cloud PC is in the restoring mode, and another Cloud PC in the troubleshooting mode. So if you look at the development PC where we have requested for connectivity troubleshooting, it returned the value as there is no issues detected on this Cloud PC. While the other PC is still restoring, what I can do is I can let you know how you can connect to your Cloud PC. To connect to Cloud PC, click on open in a browser. You will get this particular prompt before trying to connect. So if you as a user don't want to have connectivity to your local printer, microphone, clipboard, etc., you can disable it. Otherwise, you can just leave it at default. As an administrator, you have settings available to go and customize this option as well. So click on connect, provide your password, and sign in. All right, so now my Cloud PC is been signing in for the first time. So if you have a high resolution display, you can enable this to get high DPI. And if you want to enter your Cloud PC into full screen, you can do that as well. So in that particular state, you would feel like this is the only PC what you are using. So I'm gonna quickly go back, exit out of the full screen mode. All right, so now I logged into my Cloud PC for the first time. Just like any other Windows PC, there is no latency. If you want to quickly check the speed, what I am getting within this Cloud PC, let's quickly go and test the speed. Because this is hosted in Australia, I'm going to go to Telstra to do a quick speed test. Click on OK. We should get around 1.5 to 2. Wow, we're getting more than 2. Oh, this is amazing. So we get more than 2.6 and 2.1 gigabits upload and download speeds. So this is what I said. If possible, recommended approach is to use Microsoft hosted network so that you can utilize this speed benefit what you can get within the Microsoft platform. And once you are within your Cloud PC, you can basically use the Cloud PC like your regular PC. So let me quickly go to system information and show you what's the capacity or the configuration of this machine. So you can see it's 16 GB RAM. It's installed with Windows 11 Enterprise. I have all the apps which is pre-installed for me like Teams, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook. So let me quickly open my Outlook. When I launch it, it will automatically, or it should automatically configure it for me by default. Yep. The email is been configured for me. I didn't have to do anything. If my admin deploy any application for this particular user, I will automatically get it. So it's pretty straightforward from here. What are the other things you can do? I can give feedback. You can check the connection quality. You can see more details. What's the round trip time? the bandwidth available, things like that. You can expand it to full screen or you can shrink it. If you want to upload any files to your cloud PC from your local PC, you can do that. And under settings, you can see the keyboard shortcuts if you want to capture log for what. So that's the browser experience. If I go back to the card, the other thing what you can do is you can download the app specific for the platform what you're using. So right now I'm using my Mac for recording this video. So let me quickly go to the Mac App Store to download the remote desktop client before we look into the Windows one. So go to the App Store. Let's open it and download and open the remote desktop app. Cool. So this is the app which you can use to connect to your cloud PC. So to get the subscription URL, you can click on this link. This gets you the subscription URL to connect to your app. Let's copy it, go back to the app and click on add workspace and paste your URL here and click on add. And all you have to do is provide the username and password. Click next, provide the password. And for the first time, the workspace will go and find all the available cloud PCs for you within this app. So you can see that now I have two cloud PCs, one with 2 vCPU and one with 4 vCPU. If I want to connect, all I have to do is just double tap. It should automatically sign in for me. Click on continue. And this app is really good if you have multiple monitor. So as you can see that I just exited out of the browser and I just used the app. All the open window I had in the other browser instance, it's all there for me. This is what I just said before. So this cloud PC is running for you all the time. When you close the session and when you restart it again from whatever device, whatever platform, whatever app you use, you can go back to the same instance where you actually left it off. So that's really good. So that's the experience from the app. So I'm going to exit out of it. And let me show you quickly how you can access from a Windows platform. I'm going to log in as the user. No thanks. And again, within Windows, you can use it in a browser, or you could simply go to the download button and go to the store, open the store. Within the Windows platform, you can download this app. This app is available for both Windows 10 and Windows 11. So just download it and click on open it. So let me minimize the other windows. So once you open it, you can see that this user have again two cloud PCs. This is the app experience. It's much more cleaner, bit more neat than the browser experience. Again, if you have multiple monitor, I would recommend you to use this app. So from there, if you want to connect, all you have to do is click on tap to connect, and that will automatically launch and you will be able to connect to your Windows Cloud PC. All right, so that's the app and browser experience. In the last part of the demo, we are going to learn about how can you resize a cloud PC, unassign the license, what is this grace period, how can you end a grace period, what is placing a cloud PC under review, things like that. So let's go and find out how. To perform all this activity, we are going to go to Intune portal. So go to endpoint.microsoft.com, log in with your admin credentials, sign in. The first thing what we are going to learn is how can you resize a cloud PC. So let's go to users, click on all users, pick a user. So within that, check if this user is assigned with a license. Click on assignments. You can see that this user is already assigned with a 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk cloud PC. So I'm going to quickly open another portal. So in this portal, I'm going to go to devices. All the Windows 365 activities are under device onboarding cloud PC. Under cloud PC, click on all cloud PCs. And you can see that there are two cloud PCs assigned to one user and one is not provisioned. You can click on that detail and see what's the reason for it. It says that the cloud PC is not provisioned because this user have an assigned license but not part of a provisioning policy. To make this user part of the provisioning policy, all we have to do is go to provisioning policy, click on the provisioning policy, understand which group this user is part of. It's called Windows 365 user group, and add that user to the group. That simple it is. Now, to re-provision or resize the Cloud PC, select the Cloud PC first, and on top you would see all the admin activities like restart, sync, re-provision, resize, things like that. So to resize, simply click on the resize, select the type of SKU you want this Cloud PC to be. Currently the SKU is 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM. You can resize to either a lower SKU or a higher SKU, provided you need to have the right licenses. Once you have the right license, then you would be able to do that activity. So I don't have any lower and higher SKU, but I do have a couple of extra licenses for this. So let me quickly show you from another Cloud PC. So this particular Cloud PC is a 2 vCPU model. Click on resize. So you can see that this is a 2 vCPU model, and I can resize to a 4 vCPU model. Click on resize. This will go and automatically provision that Cloud PC for me. So that's how you resize it. The next one is, how do you unassign the Windows 365 license? Very simple. You go back to where you have assigned the license for a user, uncheck it, click on save. That will unassign the license for a user. So that user won't have rights to use a Cloud PC. The next one is 7-day grace period. When you deprovision or unassign a license to a user, by default, Microsoft will put the Cloud PC under review for 7 days. You can end the grace period to free up the license. So you simply go to the portal and you say that I want to end the grace period. So I don't have any unassigned example right now, but in the future videos when I do that, I will make sure I create a small video on that. Now let's look into Cloud PC review. Let's go to a Cloud PC. On the top admin bar, click on this ellipsis. You can see that there is an option to place your Cloud PC under review. So why would you use that? So for whatever reason you want to place this Cloud PC for an audit, either it could be a virus attack, or if that employee is leaving, you want to keep the Cloud PC in an audit purpose for some e-discovery purposes, you can select the subscription where you want to place it under review. Select the storage account, and you can place this Cloud PC under review. There are two ways you can do it. One, while under review, you can completely block access to the Cloud PC, or you can allow access as well. So under allow access, the Cloud PC will be under review, but user will still be able to access it. So that's how you place the Cloud PC under review. And the last is, how do you deprovision or reprovision it? So when you do reprovision, it will kick that user out of the session and it will start the Cloud PC with a new instance. So when you do that, all the restore points will be removed. All this unsaved data for that user will be removed. If you want to go back in time, all you have to do is, instead of reprovision, you do restore. Reprovision will give you a new instance, but restore can get back in time to it. Earlier snapshot or an earlier backup point. So that's the end of episode 2 of this Windows 365 Masterclass. In the next episode, I am planning to create a video on how to create a custom image as part of your Windows 365 provisioning. So I will see you on the next one. Until then, take care. We are continuing with Windows 365 Masterclass. In the third episode, we are going to learn about how to create a custom image. Organizations can create their own custom golden image and upload and use that as their Windows 365 operating system. Let's go and learn how to do that. So we are going to use the Azure portal to create the custom image for your Cloud PC. All the previous video and the current video will be available in the study guide within my blog. You can go inside the study blog. I'm going to modify a few more things here to add a bit more details. So you can see that first 2 episodes are already available. I will create a different section for custom image, and upload the steps as well as the video in this blog. So let's go back to the portal. To create the custom image, go to the search box and type virtual machine, or you can select the virtual machine from this box. Select virtual machine, click on create. Again, select Azure virtual machine. Within this, make sure you select the right subscription. I'm going to create a new resource group. I'm going to call it as resource group for custom image. Click OK. Give a name for your virtual machine. I'm going to call it as Cloud PC Gold Image. Pick a region. Availability option, I'm going to leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required. Under security type, select standard, because the last time when I was creating the video, I selected the trusted launch virtual machine. It didn't allow me to capture it, so I have to restart it all over again. So make sure you select standard. Under images, click on select or see all images. So we're going to select a image created by Microsoft. Under the marketplace, type in Cloud PC. You will be able to find the image provided by Microsoft specifically for Windows 365. Within that, click on select option. I'm going to select Windows 11 Enterprise Cloud PC with Microsoft 365 apps installed. The version is 22H2 Gen 2. Select that. Again, when you do that, the security type automatically change to trusted launch virtual machine. So select it back to standard. Scroll down. The VM architecture x64. I'm going to leave the size of the virtual machine as it is. Provide the admin username and password. This is the login details you use to connect to your virtual machine. Port, I'm going to allow the RDP port because this is a test environment. In the production environment, you will not allow the RDP port. You would either use Azure Bastion or Jump Host to connect into the machine. So I'm going to leave it as allow selected port. I confirm that I'm eligible to use this license within this tenant. So let's review it one more time. Everything looks good. Let's go to the next step. Under disk, select standard SSD. I'm going to leave this checkbox enabled. When you delete this VM, the disk will be deleted automatically. Click next, go to networking. I'm going to leave the default network created by this template. It has the VNet, subnet, and an IP assigned for it. Leave the basic NIC or network security group. Again, I'm going to allow the public inbound port, which is RDP. I don't want to make any other changes here. Click on management. We are not going to make any changes under management. Click on monitoring. I'm going to disable the boot diagnostics. Rest everything is by default. Go to the review and create page. And once more, just go through the parameters what you have provided. Subscription, resource group, the name of the VM, where it is hosted, the security type, image you selected, things like that. All right, once you are happy, click on create. This is going to go through a validation process and begin the deployment. So I'm going to pause the video and I will get back to you after this has been completed. Our deployment is completed. So let's go to resource. Click on go to resource. So next step is to connect to the virtual machine. So before connecting, I'm going to quickly configure the DNS. It's not again mandatory step. Click on networking if you want to configure. Go to your public IP address. Click on configuration and provide a DNS name. After the verification, click on save. Okay, that is saved. Let's go back to the VM you created and click on connect. We're going to connect via RDP. So let's download the RDP file. So click on download and open the file. I'm going to minimize the portal for a minute and provide the username and password. And after that, click on connect. Click on continue. This would launch your VM for the first time. So I'm going to quickly expand the real estate so that we can see more things on the screen. Oh, this is as far as I could go. I'm going to disable all of this because we don't need that for the capture. Click on accept and continue. So you are inside your optimized Windows 365 image provided by Microsoft. Now, all you have to do is just go and install the custom application of your choice. Like imagine I'm installing apps like this. So you can basically go ahead and download apps like Adobe Reader, 7-Zip or Notepad++, whatever your organization need. But what I would recommend is to use the modern management, so you could deploy it in post rather than keeping all installed on your golden image. That's very old method of doing it. Another thing you could do is, before doing the sys prep, go to Windows Update, click on Windows Update, and check for any update and install if there is anything available. So I'm going to download and install all of these available updates for this particular image. I'm going to pause the video. We will get back to this once that is finished. All the updates are installed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the update for a week, close this. In your custom image, all you're going to do right now is going to install and all the apps which you want. Next, go to start and type in command and run as an administrator. Click yes. Let me quickly increase the font size. All right, so this looks good. Now go to the folder. The folder which we are going is sysprep. Within this folder, the command is sysprep.exe slash generalize slash shutdown slash oob. So the command is sysprep.exe slash generalize slash shutdown slash oob, and hit enter. So this will begin the process of cleaning up first, and then the sysprep process will begin. I think it will hardly take about 2 to 3 minutes to complete this process. I'm going to pause the video one more time and we'll get back once it is finished. Once the sysprep is completed, the virtual machine will automatically shut down. So I'm going to close this. Let's go back to the portal and go to the virtual machine, go home. Under resource group, we created a resource group for the custom image. We can see our virtual machine here, Cloud PC Gold image. I'm going to refresh. The first step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the virtual machine. So when you stop it, what's going to happen is it is going to deallocate the virtual machine. So click yes to stop it. This is very important, this step. And pay attention to the status. Once the status shows stopped and deallocated, then you can go ahead and proceed with the capture process. So I'm going to wait for this notification to complete. The notification says that it successfully stopped the virtual machine. Now I'm going to quickly refresh and click on this capture. Here, the subscription is default selected. You can retain the existing resource group we used to create the golden image. Region as it is. Here, under share image to Azure Compute Gallery, you're going to select no and select capture my managed image. That's the option you have to select. So let me highlight it. So this is the option you have to select. No, capture image only, a managed image. The next what you can do is you can give a name for your golden image. Looks like it's quite long, so I'm gonna just delete it and I'm gonna provide a date. So I know that when I have created it. So I put June 2023. Next, click on tags. We're not adding anything. Go to review and create. Validate the options what you have given and click on create. All right, so now again the capture process is happening right now. I'm not quite sure how long it is going to take. I'm going to anyway pause the video. I'll tell you how much time it took. It didn't take much time. It hardly took like 40 seconds or something. So here you can click on go to resource to see the captured image. You can verify details like the operating system, the name given, the version of the VM generation. From here, if you want to create a VM from the capture image, so you can do that from this portal itself. So now let's go and provision this custom image to your Windows 365. So I'm going to go to your portal. This time we are going to the Intune portal. You can go to Intune by going into endpoint.microsoft.com. Within the Intune portal, click on devices. Under device onboarding, click on Cloud PC creation. Within that, go on the top banner and click on custom images. Under custom images, we are going to click on add. So provide the details. I'm going to give a name for the image, provide a version number, select your subscription, and within the subscription, select the golden image what you have. So this is the golden image we just created and captured. So select the golden image and click on add. This adding process would take up to 30 minutes. So right now it is uploading the custom image. So I'm going to pause the video. We will get back to this once this is finished. Okay, so our custom image has been uploaded and the upload is successful. You can see other details here like what's the operating system, is the OS supported for Windows 365, things like that. So when you upload your custom image, if you find for whatever reason it's not supported, you can't use it for Windows 365. Now let's go and use this custom image and create a new provisioning policy and use this image for our Cloud PC. So before I do that, I'm going to first go to groups and create a new group. So the objective of creating this group is I'm going to add a new user for testing the custom image. So click on create a new group, keep it security group. I'm going to call this group as Windows 365 custom image user group and retain the membership as it is and click on create. Now let's go to a user and pick a user and add that user to the new membership. I'm on my user tab. I'm going to pick the first user. So select the user. Let me quickly verify if I have added licenses for this particular user. Click on assignments. So I have not added a license to this user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a license. I'm going to assign a 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk configuration for this user and click on save. Now go back to the same user. Under groups, I'm going to add this user to a group we created. The group what we created is Windows 365 custom image user group and select and add the user. All right, the user is being added. Now let's go back to devices. Under Cloud PC creation, click on provisioning policies. So we're going to create a new provisioning policy this time. Click on create a new policy. Name your policy. I'm going to call it as Windows 365 custom image provisioning policy. Under the license type, we're going to select enterprise. We will talk about Frontline on future videos. Under join type, I'm going to use Azure AD join. I'm going to host it under Microsoft hosted network. Geography, select Australia. I mean, I am selecting Australia. You can choose whichever it is closer to you. I'm going to let it automatically pick the region for me. Click next. Under image type, so this is where we have to change from the gallery image to a custom image. So here you change from gallery to custom image and click on select. This is the custom image we just now uploaded to Microsoft Intune. So I'm going to select Windows 11 Gold Image 1, click select and click next to the configuration. I'm going to retain the same naming policy, not going to add any additional service at the moment. Click next. Here we are going to add the new user group we created just now. The user group is Windows 365 custom image user group. So click select and assign to this group. Next and review it and click on create. So we created a new provisioning policy for this custom image. So ideally what's going to happen right now, if you go under overview, after a couple of minutes, we would start seeing a new Cloud PCs being under provisioning. So if I go to all Cloud PCs, you can see that there is the first one, which is not provisioned at the moment. This is going to provision for this particular user. So I'm going to pause the video. After the provisioning, we can log in as a user and test it if the custom image is working or not. Our Cloud PC has been provisioned for that user. So you can see that it started with name CPC, that username and a random number. The provisioning policy is the custom image provisioning policy. The image name is golden image and the PC type is 4 vCPU. Status is provisioned. Now, if you go under overview, if I quickly refresh, you would be able to see 3 Cloud PCs provisioned. Previously, we only had 2. So to access this Cloud PC as a user for the first time, all you have to do is go to another browser and go to the Windows 365 portal. I forgot the username. So I'm going to copy the username, go back to the portal and sign in as the user and provide the password and click on sign in. Now this user is been logging into the Windows 365 portal for the first time. This is the first user experience. So it is welcoming this user to use their Cloud PC. Click next. It gives the user some information about what they can do with the Cloud PC and click on get started. Let me quickly zoom the window. Yep, you can see that this user have only one Cloud PC assigned, and the image what we used is the custom image. Operating system Windows 11. This is the configuration. To use the Cloud PC, click on open in a browser. I'm going to accept the default settings and connect as the user. If it prompts for a password, provide your password and click on sign in. The Cloud PC is getting ready for the first time usage for the user. Only the first time it takes like few extra seconds. The next time onwards it's pretty fast like your normal PC. Okay, so the user is logged in to the PC. So this is the custom image what you created for the user. If you would have installed and customized anything on this golden image, you would have seen that on this image. So that's how you create a custom image and upload to your Microsoft Intune and then leverage that image to deploy your Windows 365 Cloud PC. I hope you find it useful. I will see you on the next episode. Take care. We are still continuing with Windows 365 Masterclass. In the episode 4, we are going to look into the first option of the architectural type of Windows 365. In this option, we're going to connect to Azure Active Directory join and use Microsoft hosted network for the network connection. This is by far the simplest method and the most recommended approach. So without wasting any more time, let's get into it. This architectural type, what we are going to look today, is the most simple and reliable and most scalable Cloud PC architecture you can choose. When you choose this offering, this is going to make your Cloud PC deployment the SaaS friendliest approach possible, wherein Microsoft manages a lot of things, pretty much everything for you. So I'm on my Microsoft Intune portal. You can access this portal by going into endpoint.microsoft.com. Because we are starting from scratch, I'm going to create a new user for this configuration. Or I'm going to let's create a group for this particular configuration. Go to groups and click on create a new group. Group type, I'm going to retain security. Give a name for the group. I'm going to name this group Windows 365 Azure AD join plus Microsoft hosted network architectural user group. I'm going to give a description to the group. So this clearly says that Windows 365 option 1 Azure AD plus Microsoft hosted network architecture type. You don't need to enable this option to add Azure AD roles. Membership type, I'm going to leave it assigned now. We will look into the dynamic groups later and click on create. So we have the group created. Now let's go to user and pick a user to start with the process. So I'm going to pick this user, Mackie. Let's see if I assigned a license for this user. Go to licenses tab, click on assignments, and I don't have Windows 365 license assigned for this user. So I'm going to pick this user, select a license. I'm going to assign a 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk license for this user and click on save. Now we have license assigned for this user. The next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to groups within this user and I'm going to add this user to the group we created just before. So I'm going to type the group W365, hit enter. The group which we created is called Windows 365 Azure AD join plus Microsoft hosted network architectural user group and select add the user to this group. Let's quickly refresh it. For some reason it is not showing me. Oh yeah, it populated. So now this user is part of this Windows 365 architectural type group. You go to members, you can see that the user is part of it. Now let's go back into the Windows 365 provisioning policies. Go to devices. On the right hand side under device onboarding, click on Cloud PC creation. And because this is the simplest method, you don't have to worry about the Azure network connection or custom images. All you have to do is create a provisioning policy for this method. So click on provisioning policy. I do have a few provisioning policies available. You don't have to worry about it. Just ignore it. We are going to create a brand new provisioning policy. Click on create a new provisioning policy. Give a name. I'm going to give a name called Windows 365 option 1 Azure AD plus Microsoft hosted network architecture provisioning policy. Again, quite mouthful, so you don't have to name it like this. Just for sake of completion and because I'm going to do 2 more other episodes on different architecture, this seems to be the right approach. And give a description, provide a description which clearly states that this is going to use the option 1. Under license type, pick enterprise license. That is what we have assigned. We will look into Frontline later. Under join type, again, this, because this is the simplest method for you as an admin to start, all you have to do is select Azure AD join, and under network, we are going to not look into any other option. Click on Microsoft hosted network. So these are the two decisions you're going to make: Azure AD join and Microsoft hosted network. Under geography, this is where you would pick a region and geography which is closest to the user. So let's assume you are assigning this license to a user based in Germany. You would pick Germany because you don't want high latency for the user to access the cloud PC. Since I'm going to use it in New Zealand, I'm going to pick Australia because that is the closest region available for me at the moment. Pick a region. Don't worry about the single sign-on. We will talk about that later. You selected the join type, network, and where you want your cloud PCs to be joined, and click next. Under image type, again, I by simple method is to go and pick a gallery image. Gallery image are maintained and managed by Microsoft. You will have this operating system available which is optimized for your cloud PC. Pick the right option, either Windows 10 or 11. One with apps installed, one without apps installed. So I'm going to pick Windows 11 Enterprise with app installed. Version is 22H2, which is the latest one, which is fully patched, fully secure, managed by Microsoft. Select that. If you do want, you have custom image option as well. I created a separate episode on that. If you want to understand how to attach that, go and watch that video. So right now I'm going to retain the gallery image. Click next. Under configuration, we're going to leave these things default. We will create different video on how to rename the cloud PC, how to deploy patches, things like that. Right now, just leave it default. Click next. Under assignments, this is where we are going to pick the group we just created earlier. So search for W365. The user group we created is Windows 365 AAD with Microsoft hosted network user group. So select that. So now we have a user there, and click next, create it. So that's how simple it is to actually set up everything required for your cloud PC deployment. So whatever you have seen today on this particular video is all you have to do within your organization to deploy like one or hundred or thousands of cloud PCs. All you have to do is to add more users. You simply go to the groups and search for the user group we used. So add more and more users into this particular group. As long as you add these users into the group, they will immediately get their cloud PC. That's how simple it is, because everything required for the cloud PC to stand up and be ready for the user is already been done in the provisioning policy. That's how simple it is. Now, if I go back to devices, under device onboarding, click on cloud PC creation. You can see that I already have 3 cloud PCs provisioned for me. If I go into all cloud PCs, you would slowly see that there is a new cloud PC getting ready for the user. So you can see that there is one cloud PC which is under provisioning. There is no name assigned, but you can see that the provisioning policy is the one which we just created. The option 1, Azure AD join plus Microsoft hosted network provisioning policy. If you go the right hand side, you can see that the image is Windows Enterprise. There is no Azure network connection because we are not using that. Under PC type, you can see that we chose 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM. The status is under provisioning. The user we assigned is Maki. And this is when I last modified. So we just have to wait for 10-15 minutes for everything to get ready. So I'm going to pause the video and I'll get back to you once this has been done. Let's do one more refresh. Go to all cloud PCs. Yep, you can see that the cloud PC for the user, Maki, is been provisioned successfully. So it took me about like 25 to 30 minutes for this cloud PC to get provisioned for the first time. So now that the PC has been provisioned, all the user have to do is go and start using it. So let's go to a user. As a user, they have to go to windows365.microsoft.com, hit enter, provide the username, provide the password, and click on sign in. And as a user, this user is trying to log into their cloud PC for the first time. So the first time login will take a few seconds extra because it is provisioning the cloud PC for the user. So as a user, all you have to do is click on open in a browser. You can see that this user is assigned with 4V CPU, 16 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk Cloud PC. So this is the Cloud PC we assigned. If you want to download any app, I've created a separate video on how to do that. So download a respective app on the platform which you're using, and then you can access it via that. I prefer browser because it's quite simple and straightforward. And click on sign in and provide the password again and sign in. And now it is logging in as this user to their Cloud PC for the first time. Alright, so the user is logged in for the first time into this Cloud PC, and from this point onwards they can use this Cloud PC as the regular PC. So if I go back to the settings, click on about, you can see that this device is Cloud PC. It has the 16 GB RAM, 4V CPU. The operating system is Windows 11 Enterprise 22H2. And to check the speed, I'm going to go to a speed test website and just run the speed test to check how much speed or bandwidth you're getting within this Cloud PC. Last time when I checked, it was like 1.5. Now it's like even more. Oh my god, it's closer to 3 GB upload speed, sorry, download speed right now. This is mind-boggling. So you get 3 GB download speed and 1.8 GB upload speed within your Cloud PC. This is insane. All right, so that's the end of the first architectural type demonstration. So in this, just to quickly recap, what we have gone through is, so this is the first architectural option. We used Azure AD join for joining this device and Microsoft hosted network for the network. In the next episode, we will look into the second architectural option. I will see you on the next one. Take care. This is episode number 5 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to look into the second architectural option of Windows 365. In this architecture, we're going to use Azure Active Directory join, but you're going to bring your own Azure network into the play. So we're going to set up an Azure network and leverage that to host your Cloud PC. Let's begin. For the option 2 Windows 365 architecture, you need permission to perform certain activities within your Azure subscription. So you as an administrator need to have access, or you need to take help from somebody within your organization to perform certain tasks. The first thing what you need is to provide access to your subscription. For Windows 365 to do certain tasks, you need to provide reader access for the Windows 365 role. So to do that, you can go to your subscription, go to Access Control IAM, click on Add, Role Assignments, search for Windows 365. You will see 3 different roles. The one we need to add first is the Windows 365 subscription reader. Select that, click Next, and assign to your subscription. I have already assigned. For in your case, you need to review and assign it. So that gives reader permission to your Azure subscription. So this is the first permission. The next one is, if you go back into your subscription, Access Control IAM, click on Add Role Assignments, search for Windows 365. There are 2 more additional roles. The first one is Network Interface Contributor. This permission is used to create network interface cards in your selected resource group. Another one is Windows 365 Network User. This permission is used to attach the created network interface cards to the selected virtual network. You either need to have this role assigned to your role to perform activities like creating virtual network, things like that, or your username or your user identity already have global admin rights or contributor in your subscription. Then you don't need that. All right. So this is the first permission you need to perform the task. I'm not going to add these 2 to my user account because I'm already a global admin in my organization. The next step is to create a virtual network, because in option 2, if you look at it, we are using Azure Active Directory join to join your Cloud PC, but we are going to use bring your own Azure network connection to host your Cloud PC network card. So you will have full control of the Cloud PC virtual network. That means you can have site-to-site connectivity to your on-prem or express route to access resources on-prem, and you can have connectivity within Azure resources based on what access you provide within your Azure connectivity. So let me go and create a virtual network. So to create a virtual network, you can simply go to virtual network, create a new virtual network, or you can leverage an existing virtual network as well. You can create a brand new resource group, or you can leverage an existing one. So I'm going to create a new resource group. I'm going to call this network Windows 365 Azure AD join. Bring your own Azure network connection resource group. Click OK. The VNet, I'm going to call it as VNet Windows 365 Azure AD join. Bring your own Azure network connection. I'm going to host this in East US. Click next. Here you can provide your own IP address range. This is the IP address which is going to be assigned to your Cloud PC. So I'm going to quickly rename the basic or default subnet. I'm going to name this as Windows 365 AADJ bring your own subnet, and the IP address range is this. Click on save. Go to security. Right now I'm not enabling any of that, so simply click review and create. After the validation, click on create. So while that is creating, you don't have to necessarily create a VNet to start the process. If you already have VNets available within your Azure subscription, which you can leverage, you can start with that. But I'm showing you the process of creating a VNet as well. So if you go to resource, you can see your new VNet is created. This is the address space. You have one subnet available. If you want to add more subnets, you can add that. So that part is done. The next step is we are going back to our Intune portal. So the Intune portal is endpoint.microsoft.com. Here, first we are going to create a new group, just like how we created a group for the option one. I'm going to quickly copy the name format so that we can just leverage that. I'm going to go back to the group we created for option one, copy the name, go back to groups. I'm going to click on create new group. I'm going to retain the group type as security. Group name, I'm going to modify the group name as bring your own Azure network connection. So the group name is Windows 365 Azure AD join, but this time it is bring your own Azure network connection architectural user group. Membership type as assigned, and click on create. So our second group is created. Next, go to user, figure out the user who you want this connectivity to be added to. So in the first example, we have seen the user Mackie using first architecture, which is Azure AD joined with Microsoft hosted network. So this time I'm going to pick another user. I'm going to pick Chirashi. The first step is go to licenses, click on assignments and assign a license to the user and click on save. After the license assignment, let's go to the group and add this user to the new group we created. The new group is W365. The architecture we are going to use is bring your own Azure network connection. So select that, click on select and add this user to the group. Let's do a refresh. Yep. So this user is part of the group and we have already assigned a Windows 365 license for the user. The next step is go back to devices within your Intune portal. Within device onboarding, click on Cloud PC creation. This time, instead of creating a provisioning policy, because last time we created a provisioning policy for the first architecture, this time, before even creating a provisioning policy, we need to create an Azure network connection. So click on Azure network connection and here click on create. Within this Azure network connection, we have two options, Azure AD join and hybrid Azure AD join. The option 2 architecture is Azure AD join. We will create the hybrid Azure AD join the next episode. So select Azure AD join, create the network name. I'm calling it as Windows 365 Azure AD join plus. Bring your own Azure network, architectural network. The join type by default it is Azure AD join. Select the subscription. If you cannot see subscription here, that means the first step I have shown you, the Windows 365 need to have a reader access to your Azure subscription. So if you cannot see that, go and provide that. Otherwise, select. Here you can either create a new resource group within the Intune portal or select an existing one. So I'm going to select the one which we created just now. That is Windows 365 Bring Your Own Azure Resource Group. Within that, I have a VNet available. The VNet is called VNet Windows 365 Azure AD Join Bring Your Own Network. And I have a subnet available as well, which is Bring Your Own Subnet. Select that, click Next. These are the permissions which I told. If you do not have these permissions within your Azure subscription, this is the time you go back and provide the subscription permissions. If you do have, click on Review and Create. This will go through a validation process, and there is a service called Watchdog service which runs to go and check each and every step of this process. So I will quickly show you how it is. So let it run this check right now. This would take about 10 to 15 minutes to complete this process. So without this, we will not be able to create a new provisioning policy to leverage this architecture. So we need to first complete this step. We need to make sure that the status is verified and successful before proceeding to the next step. I'm going to pause this video. We'll come back to this after completing this step. Okay, the network is being successfully created. When you create it, if you end up having any issues, all you have to do is go to the network connection and click on the status. Even if you have error, you would be able to go through each and every step to figure out where the error has happened. So this is the network watchdog service which runs in the background to validate each and every step in the background. So if you happen to have any permission issues, you would see an error message here, so you can go and troubleshoot that. So now that we have the network ready, the next process is to go and create a provisioning policy. Just like how we created a provisioning policy for the first one, I'm just going to copy the name so that I don't have to retype it fully. Go and click on create a new policy. The first step is to give a name to your provisioning policy. I'm going to modify the name. This time we are doing architectural option 2, Azure AD Join Plus Bring Your Own Azure Network Connection. Provide the right description. Again, the license type we are using enterprise. The only change this time is we are going to retain the join type as Azure AD Join, but instead of Microsoft hosted network, we are going to this time choose Azure Network Connection. That's the network we have created. So if the network creation has been successful, you can click on Azure Network Connection. Here, you will be able to see the new network connection you just now created. So all you have to do is simply select the network connection and click next. Again, I'm going to retain the gallery image. If you want to know how to create custom image, there is another video I created. I think it's episode number 3. You can go and watch that. Click next. Under configuration, I'm not making any change. Under assignments, click on add groups. This time we are going to select W365. We created a user group for the second architecture. The second architecture is Azure AD Join Plus Bring Your Own Azure Network Connection. Select that. We have a user there which is assigned with a Windows 365 license. Click Next. Validate the process. Click on Create. So the provisioning policy is successfully created. So let's refresh it. So we have two provisioning policy. One is option 1, another one is option 2. One difference what you can see in option 2 is if you scroll down within the provisioning policy, you can see that now we have attached this provisioning policy to an Azure network connection. Now, if you go back to overview, we only have one cloud PC provisioned with the first architecture. Let me go back to all cloud PCs. Here you will see there is a new cloud PC is being provisioning. The status is provisioning, but if you look at it, it is provisioning under Azure network connection. And the image is Windows 11 Enterprise. And the provisioning policy this time what we are using is Azure AD plus Bring Your Own Azure Network Connection. So I'm going to give it another 20 minutes. I'm going to pause the video. I'll come back once this step has been completed. Looks like our cloud PC is being provisioned. It took around 20 to 25 minutes to get this provisioned. Let's go to our Azure AD to see if we can see this cloud PC. I'm going to go back to my Azure portal. Click on Azure Active Directory. Click on Devices. Go to All Devices. Let's check the name of the Cloud PC we just now provisioned. It's CPC CHIRA. Let's go back to the Azure portal. Yep, you can see that CPC CHIRA is been provisioned and it's Azure AD joined. To verify if everything is working good, let's log in as the user. I'm gonna go to another portal. Let's go to the Windows 365 admin portal by going into windows365.microsoft.com. Sign in as the user. Let's find out the username. I forgot the username. Okay, let me quickly copy the username. Go back to the portal, put in the username, put in the password, click on sign in. Again, this will be provisioned for the first time, so you have to go through that first setup wizard. All right, so the user's Cloud PC is being provisioned. I can see that as a card. All I have to do to connect to this Cloud PC is to click on open in a browser. Accept the default settings, click on connect, provide the password and click on sign in. It is signing in for this user for the first time. All right, so it logged in for the user for the first time. We know that it is hosted in Azure network. To verify everything, just go to command prompt and let's type in ipconfig. So the IP address of this virtual machine is 10.2.0.4. So let's go back to our Azure portal, and within Azure portal, let's go to virtual networks. The virtual network we are hosting it is VNet Windows 365. Bring your own Azure network. I'm going to go to the subnet and check the address space. So the address space is 10.2.0.0/24 and our Cloud PC's IP address is 10.2.0.4. So now if you have any resources within that VNet, or if you have extended that VNet to your on-prem with site to site or express route, you would have connectivity back to your on-prem resources. So that's how you can stand up a Cloud PC in your own Azure network while joining to Azure Active Directory. In the next episode, we will look into the hybrid Azure AD join with Bring Your Own Network. I hope you find this useful. I will see you on the next one. Take care. You are watching Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to look into the third option of Windows 365 architecture. In this option, we're going to use hybrid Azure AD join instead of Azure AD join, and we're going to use on-prem network connection to connect to your on-prem domain controller to join your Cloud PCs. Let's begin. Let's look at the third deployment model. Just like option 2 architectural type, option 3 also requires certain permission within your Azure subscription. So go to your Azure subscription. Within your subscriptions, go to Access Control IAM, click on Add Role Assignments, search for Windows 365. Within Windows 365, the most important thing what you need is Windows 365 subscription reader. So select that, click Next, add this role to your subscription. So I have already added. In your case, you need to review and assign this role. The next one, if you go to Add Role Assignments, you can find another 2 more roles: Windows 365 Network Interface Contributor and Network User. These are required to create network interfaces or network within your Azure subscription if you don't have contributor or global admin rights. So if you do have administrator rights to your Azure subscription, you can go ahead and create it. So this is the baselining. So you need this must. Since the third option is hybrid Azure AD join instead of Azure AD join, you need to have access to your on-prem domain controller. So things like you need to have the username and password which you can use to join your Cloud PC to domain. So you need that information. Second, you need information about your OU, where you are going to place this Cloud PC within your on-premises. Then, because you are bringing in connection to your on-premises connection, along with Azure, you need to make sure that you have site-to-site connectivity back to your on-premises or express route connectivity to your on-premises. If you do not have that, you will not be able to join these Cloud PCs to your on-prem domain controller and access on-prem resources. So make sure you have all of that. So what I'm going to do right now, just like how we created the network connection for the option 2, I'm going to create a network connection for option 3 as well. So go to your Azure portal, click on virtual network. If you remember from the last episode, this is the VNet we created for the option to bring your own Azure network with Azure AD joined. So I'm going to create a brand new virtual network now. Make sure you select the right subscription. I'm going to create a new resource group. I'm going to call it as Windows 365 Hybrid Azure AD join with Bring Your Own Azure Network Resource Group. Click OK. Give a name for your virtual network. I'm going to call the network as VNet for Windows 365 Hybrid Azure AD join Bring Your Own Network to on-premises. I'm going to retain the region as East US. Click Next. Let's verify the IP address. This time it is 10.3.0.0. We have the subnet. I'm going to change the subnet name. I'm going to call the subnet Windows 365 Hybrid Azure AD join Bring Your Own Network to on-prem subnet, and click on Save and click on Review and Create. After the validation, click on Create. So this is going to create our virtual network for standing up the Cloud PC. But this is only the first part. Now we need to make sure that we have connectivity to your on-prem. That's the important step. Okay, let me quickly go to resource to verify that I have the right address space, we have the right subnets, everything looks good. Now the next step is make sure you have your on-prem environment connected to your Azure using ExpressRoute or site-to-site VPN. So I do have an environment like that within my Azure environment. So if I go back to my network, my CM lab is hosted on-prem. Within this lab, let me quickly go to my resource group and show what we have. So if I go to my CM lab resource group, I have bunch of resources here. I have my AVD deployed, I have few client devices, I have a domain controller, Hyper-V host, a configuration manager server, etc. So let me quickly go and connect to the domain controller. So this is my on-prem domain controller. My domain is agtclab.com. I have a bunch of computers and few users here. So we're going to leverage this domain controller. We are going to connect our Cloud PC or join our Cloud PC to this domain. So I need to make sure that I have the right OU. By default, I'm going to leverage the existing OU. If I want to use a custom OU, I can create a new OU for Cloud PCs, but I'm going to use the existing one. So you get the idea, right? So now if I go back to my Azure portal, since I have my environment within this resource group, all my resources are placed into CM lab network. Let's find the virtual network. So all the resources for my on-prem are hosted in the CM lab VNet. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a VNet peering between the network we just now created to my on-prem environment. My Cloud PCs will have direct line of sight to my on-prem resources. So if you want to understand what we are doing here, we created a VNet now, which is in my subscription. Now to give a connection back to my on-premises, I need to connect that VNet to a virtual network which have connectivity to my on-prem. So the Cloud PC will have direct line of sight to my on-prem domain controller. So I'm going to go back to my virtual network, click the virtual network we created, which is the Bring Your Own Azure Network to on-prem. Within that, under settings, go to peerings. Here I'm going to add VNet peering. I'm going to call it as Azure to on-prem for Cloud PC. I'm going to allow all the traffic. I'm going to name the peering link, and within the subscription I'm going to select the VNet where we want to connect. So select CM lab VNet, and I'm going to allow all the traffic and click on add. Now it have actually added the VNet peering between these two network connections. So if I go back to the CM lab VNet, so click on Azure Virtual Network, CM lab VNet, this is the on-prem VNet. Click on peerings, you would see the VNet has been created. So to make sure everything works well, I'm also doing this for the first time. Let's actually go and create a network connection. If we get the result as test successful, that means this peering is working and we have line of sight to on-prem. So let's go back to the Azure portal, the Intune portal. You can go to endpoint.microsoft.com. This time go to devices, Click on Cloud PC creation. Instead of creating a provisioning policy now, what we are going to do is we are going to go to Azure Network Connection. So click on Azure Network Connection and click on create. Last time we created Azure AD join. This time we are going to create hybrid Azure AD join. So click on hybrid Azure AD join first. So I'm going to name it as Windows 365 hybrid Azure AD bring your own network with on-prem connectivity architectural network. Select the subscription, select the resource group where we have the network. So I'm going to select the resource group we created for this episode and pick the network. I'm going to pick the VNet Windows 365 hybrid Azure AD join. I could very well directly leverage the on-prem network as well. So there is nothing stopping you from selecting the on-prem network. Just to add a little more complexity, I created another network and added a peering. If this doesn't work, I'm going to switch it back to the on-prem VNet directly. All right, so let's now select the network we created and the subnet for which have access to the peering. Click next. This is where you will have to provide the name for the your on-prem domain controller details. So your domain is agtclab.com. I'm going to provide that. If you don't want the Cloud PC to be provisioned within the default OU, you have to provide the OU details in this format. OU Cloud PC, your domain, and your name. So we will do that at the later stage. This is again not the mandatory step. Right now, I just want my Cloud PC to be on the default computer OU. So the Cloud PCs will be visible over here. And now provide the on-prem username and password. So provide a username and password which have access for this Cloud PC to join to your domain. So this is an on-prem user account. I'm going to provide the password and click next. Again, you need to have access to these resources first before even proceeding further. So if you don't have the right permission within your Azure subscription, you will not be able to perform this task. Click on review and create. This again would take up to 20 to 30 minutes to complete because this is to check the network connectivity, go to your on-prem to see if it has right access within your domain controller, things like that. So this is going to take some time. While that is happening, let's go and create the right groups and pick a user for testing this third option. So I'm going to go to a user. For the first two demos, first demo we used Maki, second demo we used Chirashi, third demo let's use Nigiri. So select the user. First step is go to licenses, click on assignments and give a license to this user. I'm going to assign 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM, 128 GB hard disk. Click on save. So now the license is being assigned. Now let's go to groups, create a new group for this testing. Again, these steps are not mandatory. Okay, you can leverage your existing group, things like that. I'm just bringing in some order and some organizations to the way we do things. So to create the group, click on new group, retain the group type as security, give a name to the group. I'm going to call it as hybrid Azure AD join with bring your own network with on-prem architectural user group. Provide a description, user membership as assigned, and click on create. Now we have the group created. Let's search W365. Let's quickly search the group and let's add the new user to the group. So the group we created is Windows 365 hybrid Azure AD join bring your own network on-prem architectural user group. I'm going to go back to the group, go to the membership and add a member to the group. So the user I'm going to add is Nigiri. We just now assigned a Windows 365 license to this user. So quickly refresh. All right. So we can see that the user is now part of this group. Now we have the group ready. We have assigned the right license for a user. Now what's pending for us to proceed to the next step is to go and verify if the network connection is been successfully completed. It's still running checks. So we need to wait for this to complete to proceed further. So if you look at that connectivity, you can see that the join type is hybrid Azure AD join instead of Azure AD join. So I'm going to pause the video. I will come back after this status is showing as check successful. Looks like our check has been failed. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to modify the VNet. Click on edit. and I'm going to just change the network from the VNet pairing one to directly connect to my on-prem network. Click next, review and save. Hopefully that will resolve the issue. Like I said before, you don't have to create a VNet for this. If you can see or leverage your existing on-prem VNet within your Azure, you can leverage that. So that's what I have given right now. Let's see if that picks up and works well. So I'm going to pause the video again and get back to you if I get any message. All right, so that was fast. So the check is being successful. So now we can proceed to creating the provisioning policy. So if you go to check successful, in this compared to the last one, there is a couple of additional checks it will do to make sure that it is able to contact your Active Directory domain and make sure that the username and password you provided is correct so that Cloud PC can be joined correctly. There is a warning for the Azure AD device sync, which you can ignore, just the warning. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So let's find out by creating a provisioning policy to see if we are able to create the virtual machine. So I'm going to go under provisioning policy. We already have two provisioning policy available. So let's go and create the third one. Third one is the third architecture. So click on create policy, give a name. So I'm going to call it as Windows 365 option 3 hybrid Azure AD join with bring your own Azure network on-prem architectural provisioning policy. That's a mouthful. That's a quite a long name. Make sure you select the right license, which is enterprise. Instead of Azure AD join, we are going to select hybrid Azure AD join now. And when you select that, the underneath the below option would change automatically. Here, if you have configured properly, when you click on network, you would be able to see your on-prem network. So the Azure network connection what we created is this Windows 365 hybrid to on-prem. Select that, click next. I'm going to retain the gallery image. So if anybody who want to know how to create the custom image, you can watch episode number 3. There I have explained how to create a custom image. So click next. Leave these details default. I will create a separate video on how to update patches, how to deploy apps, etc. Click next. Under assignments, click on add groups. Search for the group we created before. Search for Windows 365. The group we created is hybrid Azure AD join bring your own network with on-prem architecture. Select, click next and create. So this is going to create the third provisioning policy, which is what we needed for testing on this particular episode. This is the third architecture. So if I go back to my all cloud PCs, I already had two. You will start seeing the third one is not provisioned, which is gonna use the new network connection we just selected. If you want to verify the provisioning policy, this is going to use hybrid Azure AD plus on-prem architecture, and the user is Nigiri. So right now it is provisioning the cloud PC. So it is again going to take another 20 to 30 minutes to complete this, and we will come back to that once that is finished. I'm going to pause the video. I will see you after this is being completed. It looks like the provisioning has been failed. So let's click on the status to find out what could be the reason. All right, so the reason is Cloud PC assigned user does not exist in on-prem Active Directory. So that means the user has to be a hybrid user as well. So the license who I assigned this license is for a cloud-born user. So I didn't know that. So let's go back to the users. So the user I assigned the license is this user. So if you look at the user, this is not an on-prem user. This is a cloud-born user. So for a hybrid network or hybrid architecture to work, the user has to be a hybrid user. So I'm going to pick a user. Let's pick the user. Whom should we pick? On-prem user. Let's find out who are all the on-prem users we have. So I'm going to pick this user, on-prem user 1. Click on the user. And first I'm going to assign the licenses to this user. Go to assignments and I'm going to assign the license. Click on save. So we have assigned a Windows 365 license to this on-prem user. Click on save. And next step is we have to add this user to the right group. So I'm going to go to the group, click on add membership, select W365. The group we created is the third one. Click on select and add this user to that group. So while that is happening, I'm going to the group again and remove the cloud user from the group. I'm going to go back to the user group, go to Nigiri, click on licenses. I'm going to unassign the license from this user, click on save, and go back to the user and click on groups. I'm going to remove the user from the group as well. Select the group and remove membership. Click OK. All right, so now if you go back to devices, Cloud PC creation, all Cloud PCs, we would see that for the user Nigiri, the Cloud PC has been deprovisioning because we just reassigned or unassigned the license. For the on-prem user that is being sourced from your on-prem domain controller, the user, the Cloud PC, is been getting provisioned. So I'm going to pause the video to see if this has any issues. Hopefully not. I'll come back once this status is being changed. So after nearly an hour, the Cloud PC has been provisioned for the third architecture, which is hybrid Azure AD join with bring your own network to your on-prem domain controller. So let's see if we can see this Cloud PC. I'm going to quickly go to all Cloud PC, click on refresh. The next what we can do is we can go to our on-prem domain controller and check if we can see it over there. The name of the Cloud PC is CPC on-prem random number. So let's launch my on-prem domain controller. Go to domain, quickly refresh, go to computers. Yep, I can see that there is a new computer object created for that particular user, which is CPC on-prem, that random number. So now let's sign in to that account. Let's sign into that user Cloud PC using a browser. Go to windows365.microsoft.com, hit enter, sign in with that user account. The user account is on-prem user 1. Provide the username and the password and click on sign in. All right, so this is the first window you would see if the user is signing into their Windows 365 for the first time. So click next, go through this, click on getting started. Let's increase the size a bit so you can see what I'm showing. Click on open in a browser, accept the default settings, click on continue and provide the password and click on sign in. So it is signing in for the first time. This browser is showing me a warning that I'm using Firefox at the moment. So it's showing that may not all the features are supported in this particular browser. I'm not sure which all are not supported. All right, so let's see how long it takes to sign in. All right, so we've signed in to the Windows 11 operating system for the first time. This is a Cloud PC. Let me quickly go to system and check if it is joined to hybrid AD. So go to system. I'm going to go search for about, click on about. Here you can see the configuration of the machine. Click on advanced system settings. Okay, so now you can see that this user is being, or this computer is being joined to the on-prem domain controller, which is agtclab.com. Let's see if we can access some files from the local network share. First, let's go and find out the server name of our domain controller, cmlabdc1. So I'm gonna see if I can access that server from my Cloud PC. Yes, I can access that server. So this is logged into my Cloud PC and I can access the file shares on my local drive. So if there is any file and print server available in the network or any applications which is exposed for a user within your organization, this Cloud PC will be able to connect without needing any VPN or anything like that. So that's how you configure the third network type, which is hybrid Azure AD join with bring your own network and connectivity back into your on-premises network. I hope you find this video useful. I will see you on the next one. Take care. We are at episode number 7 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to learn about what is Windows 365 boot. Using this feature, multiple users can share a single shared physical device. Let me show you how to configure this. Let's begin. First of all, I want to let you know that at the time of recording this particular episode, Windows 365 boot is under public preview. If there is going to be any change in terms of the configuration, you don't have to worry. I would definitely create a different video and I will attach to the series so you can check the latest one. So let's go and create our first Windows 365 boot configuration. There are few requirements. If you go into the Microsoft documentation, you can definitely check this documentation. The second one talks about Windows 365 physical device requirements. So let's go and open that document. So the shared device which we are going to use today has to be part of the Windows Insider Program Preview build. Another requirement is to have the device to be part of the Autopilot group. And then we need to add this physical group to the Windows 365 group, which we are going to use to configure this Windows 365 boot scenario. And it says that you have to wipe and reload the device to get the setting. So we will find this out. I'm going to figure this out while creating this episode. So we'll both learn it together. First, let's go to the Intune portal. You can access your Intune portal by going into endpoint.microsoft.com. Within that, let's create a group first. So that group is going to be used for this boot scenario. I'm going to create a new group. I'm going to retain the group type as security. Give a name for your group. I'm going to call this group as Windows 365 boot physical devices. I'm going to use the same name for description as well. I don't need Azure AD roles to be assigned. I'm not going to do anything. Membership type as assigned. Click on create. Now let's go and find the group. Let's do a quick refresh before. Let's search for Windows 365. Yep, the group we created is Windows 365 boot physical devices. Select that group. Let's add a member to the group. I'm going to click on add, and I'm going to add a device instead of users. So click on devices. Check for all the devices you have at the moment. I do have a couple of physical laptops assigned to this Microsoft Intune. So I'm going to pick one of these devices. Which one I should pick? I'm going to pick the Surface Go 2. So this is a Surface Go 2 device, which is an on-prem physical device. Select that, click select, and hit refresh. All right. So now the device is part of the Windows 365 boot physical devices group. Now let's go back to the Intune portal. This time click on devices. Under devices, click on Cloud PC creation and scroll down in the home page itself. If you scroll down, you would see, oh, I think that's the one. So click on Windows 365 boot here. All right, so it says that what is Windows 365, who is this configuration used for, and this guided scenario will help us provision the policies which is necessary for this Windows 365 boot. Because this is a preview feature, it says that not all the features are restricted for the end users at the moment. So we will find out what are those features. I'm going to click next. All right, so the first is it is asking for autopilot device name template. If you already have another template, you can select that and you can provide that template here. So if you scroll down, the name what you provide here will be added to all the resources to be created. So you can see that there is these are the resources which is going to be created along with this particular configuration policy. So if I change the name to boot 123, you can see that the name is changing. All right, so I'm going to quickly delete it. We don't need that. I'm just going to retain Windows 365 boot. So let's look at the resources which are going to create. It is going to create a Windows 365 app, an Azure Virtual Desktop Host app, an enrollment status page profile, autopilot profile, device configuration profile, and a shared PC device configuration profile. So we will go and look into all of that. Click next. Here you are providing the details for your update profile. So I'm not going to make any changes to the update settings. It basically talks about when a user can defer any update, the user experience settings. Let me quickly reduce the size so you can see the other settings. Basically, it talks about the user experience settings, the deadline settings, the deferral settings, etc. So I'm going to leave all of these settings default. Click next. If you have VPN profile and Wi-Fi profile within your Microsoft Intune, you can select those. Select the language. I'm gonna pick English. Pick the preferred language and click next. This is where you're gonna assign this policy to. So either you can assign by creating a new group. We already created a group. If you have not created a group, all you have to do is give a name. I'm gonna choose an existing group. Click on add group. Search for Windows 365 and select the group we created, which is Windows 365 boot physical devices, and click select and click next. Review. Okay. Towards the end of the page, you can see all the resources which is created as part of this provisioning. If you want to go and read about what is Windows 365 app, what this host app does, the enrollment page, autopilot profile, you can go and click on these docs and read about it. I'm gonna click on save, and now looks like the deployment is in progress. So on the right hand side, you can see that it is created these policies, it is assigning, and it is assigned. So looks like the deployment is succeeded. That was pretty fast. Now we are logging into a physical PC. This is what I'm going to use it for as a shared device. First, I'm going to log into the PC and check if the updates are installed. If not, I'm going to install all the updates. So there are a few updates. I'm going to quickly restart the Cloud PC and install it. And after that, let's go back to your system. This time go to Windows Update. What we are going to do is we are going to enroll ourselves into the Insider program. That is another prerequisite for it. So click on Insider program, and this is where you will have all the details about how to sign in, what channel. There are different channels. What channel you want to be part of, things like that. So looks like I'm not able to join the program because my diagnostics was disabled. So let's quickly go and enable the diagnostics. So I'm going to quickly close it. Now let's relaunch the app to see if we are able to sign up one more time. Go back to your Windows Update and go to Windows Insider program, expand, and let's see if this time it allows us to sign up for the program. Yes. So all you have to do is click on get started to join the program. So you can use your existing account itself rather than providing a new account. So if you do happen to have another Microsoft account which you use for Insider program, you can use it. I'm going to continue with the existing account, and this is going to quickly go through the process of linking our account into the Windows Update program. And make sure you go and read the agreement and click on continue. These are the channels which I mentioned, like the Canary, Dev, Beta, and Release Preview. So for this boot to work, we have to pick the Dev channel. So click on Dev channel and click on continue. Read the details about the Insider program and click on continue. One thing you need to understand about the dev channel is this is not a production version. This is not a stable version as well. So make sure you understand that and click on continue. And after that, you have an option to restart the machine immediately or restart it later. So let's go and restart it now. After the restart, after probably about 10 to 15 minutes, you will start seeing the packages which is required for Windows Insider downloaded in your PC, and it start installing as well. Once you finish installing all the, I mean like the both the updates which is part of the dev channel, you can actually go ahead and restart your computer. So this restart is what is going to make the boot PC ready for us to start using for Windows 365. I'm going to quickly restart the PC. Let's see which user we can use to sign in to the boot Cloud PC. I'm going to go to all devices, sorry, Cloud PC creation, click on all Cloud PCs. I just want to find out which all users we have assigned this Cloud PC to. So we have Cloud PC for Mackie, Chirashi, and on-prem users. So let's sign in with this user first, Mackie at agtclab.com. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to log in to the physical PC what we've been using. I'm just recording from outside. The PC is being rebooted, and now looks like I can't access the local PC. So when on the login page here, this is where you have to provide the details of the Cloud PC user. So we're going to use the user called Mackie right now. As long as you have the boot to Cloud PC enabled on a physical shared device, you can use any user as long as that user have the right Windows 365 license assigned. All right, so now you can see that instead of logging in to the local PC, it says that it's connecting to Cloud PC. Looks like it is asking me for a password one more time. I'm gonna quickly provide the password. I don't know whether this is the default behavior or not. I'm sure once this feature comes out of the public preview, these sort of issues will be ironed out. All right, so now I straight away logged in to my Cloud PC. So I'm using my physical PC, which is a Surface Go 2 device, and I'm using that to connect to the Cloud PC directly. So from this point onwards, you can click on the user account and you can log or sign out. When you sign out, you get back into your login screen. So the first way is to go to your each physical PC and enroll to inside a program, just like how we did on the other Surface Go to, and subscribe for the dev channel. That is one way you manually do it. What if you have multiple PCs in your organization? Then you need to have an easier mechanism, right? So you can use Intune to do that for you. So within Intune, this is again an optional step if you want to do it for multiple PCs at once. Go to devices, click on all devices. You can see all devices here. So under manage devices, click on Windows 10 and later updates. This is where you can see your different update rings and things like that. So there is one created for Windows 365 boot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new profile. Just give a name. I'm going to call it as Insider Build Dev Channel. Click next and go through these settings. So these settings are not that important. So I'm going to provide some basic values. The important step is enable pre-release build. So I'm going to enable this, and under the pre-release build, I'm going to select the dev channel. So this is the important step. Under the automatic update behavior, to make it even faster install, all you have to do is select auto install and reboot without user control. So that will make it even faster. And click next. Under assignments, you can assign to the group. So I'm going to basically use the group we created, and this is the group I have all the devices, which I'm going to use it for Windows 365 boot shared PC. Click select and click next and create. So this is completely an optional step. If you don't want to manually install these updates on the physical PCs, you can deploy these to your shared devices this way. So now you have seen how you can configure your physical device either using Microsoft Intune or going into the physical PC manually, and you can subscribe to the dev channel. The next thing what I would like to show you is you can use the same shared PC and you can log in with as many Cloud PC users as you can. One thing you need to understand about boot to cloud is it's going to help you with the shared PC scenario. You as a shift worker use a shared PC, and after your shift work you can hand over that PC to another user, and that user can pick up the same device somebody else was using, use their username and password to sign in to their own Cloud PC, and you can use it as well. So rather than having multiple PCs, boot to cloud allows shared PC scenarios. Multiple shift workers can sign into your shared device using different Cloud PC accounts. I hope you have learned how to configure Windows 365 boot. I will see you on the next episode. Take care. You're watching episode number 8 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we're going to learn how to configure Windows 365 switch. This feature is particularly good for BYOD scenarios. This feature allows you to switch between your physical PC and your Cloud PC using the Windows Task View switcher. So let's go and learn how to configure this. This is a brand new feature which is going to be available for Windows 365 service. Currently, this is under public preview. And Christian Brinkoff released this article a couple of days ago. So I'm going to follow this article to set up this Windows 365 switch, and we will learn what are the process involved in enabling Windows 365 switch within your organization. So let's jump right in. Because this is a private preview feature, right now if you want to enable this, you have to enroll your Windows 11 operating system into an insider program, and that too on a beta channel. So I have a spare Surface Pro X in handy, so I just installed Windows 11 on it. So let us go to Windows Update and enroll into the insider program. Go to your Windows Update, click on Windows Insider Program. To enable insider program, if you have not turned on diagnostics and feedback, you have to turn it on. So just click on open diagnostics and feedback and just turn on this option, send optional diagnostics data. Now if you go back to Windows Update, go to your insider program, you can see that now you can enroll yourself into the insider program. So click on get started. So if you do happen to have an account, you can log in with your insider account. If you don't have, you can link your existing account. So I'm going to link my existing account. Click on continue. This goes through the verification process and click on continue. Here you can pick which channel you prefer to use. To use Windows 365 boot, we selected dev channel. As per the documentation, to use Windows 365 switch, we can be as part of the beta channel. So I'm going to select beta channel. Let's select the beta channel and click on continue. Click on continue. So to apply this policy, you need to restart your device and check for updates. So that's what we are going to do. Click on restart now. Okay, we just rebooted our physical device. Let me quickly go back to settings. Click on settings, go to Windows Update, and this time click on check for updates. This ideally would show us any beta channel updates available for this particular device, and if it is, we are going to install that. All right, I can see that there are a few updates which is going to be downloading and it's going to install. So I'm going to install all the available updates at the moment. Let's do a quick restart. So while that is happening, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we have the right licenses assigned for this particular user. So I'm going to go back to my Intune portal. So you can go to Intune portal by going into endpoint.microsoft.com. Within your Intune, just go to users, pick the user who you want to assign this license to. So for this test, we are going to use this user called Sashimi. Select that user, go to licenses and see if you have assigned a license. So I'm going to quickly go to assignments and I'm going to assign a Windows 365 Enterprise 4 vCPU 16 GB RAM 128 GB hard disk Cloud PC license to the user. After the license assignment, let's go back to your devices, click on Cloud PC creation and click on all Cloud PCs. This is where you would be able to see all the Cloud PCs provisioned for a user. So for this user, we don't have any Cloud PC at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this user a Cloud PC. If you want to learn how to provision a provisioning package and custom image network configuration, I have created separate videos on that. So I'm not going to explain it again. So what we are going to do is we are going to pick a provisioning policy and I'm going to assign this user to that group. So this user will get a Cloud PC pretty soon. So I'm going to choose a provisioning policy. Let's go to provisioning policy. I'm going to add this user into an Azure Active Directory join Microsoft hosted network policy. So all I need to do is find out which group this user have to be part of. So within that, I can see that this is assigned to this particular group. I'm going to copy that group. I'm going to go back to groups, search for the group and select the group. And within that, go to memberships. You can see that this group has one user already. So I'm going to add another user to this group. So let's go to users and select the user called Sashimi and click on select. So now it is adding one more user to this group. Let's do a quick refresh. Yep, I can see that the user is part of the group. Now, if I go back to devices under Cloud PC, pretty soon I will see that this user is going to be allocated with their Cloud PC. If I go to all Cloud PCs, you can see that it's not provisioned at the moment, but the status is being changed to provisioning. So that's what we want. So it will approximately take around 10 to 15 minutes for this Cloud PC to be provisioned. In the meantime, we can go back to our physical PC and let's see if we can see the updates. I'm going to quickly go back to settings, go to Windows Update. Still hasn't kicked in. So I'm going to quickly reboot one more time. All right, so now let's check one more time. So I'm going to go back to settings, go to Windows Update. Oh yeah, you can see that there is Windows 11 Insider Preview available for this device. So I'm going to click on download and install, click on turn on. And this is going to take a while. So I'm going to pause the video. I'll get back to you after I finish the installation of this feature. All right, so our physical PC is being installed with the Windows 11 Insider Preview. I'm going to quickly restart it. Our Surface Pro X has been restarted. Let's quickly check if the build is being installed. So go to settings. This time go to system and click on about. So under Windows specifications, you can check the build. So the version is 23H2. Let's go back to the documentation to see what is the minimum requirement. The documentation states that you can have a dev channel as well, but the beta is the one which is preferred. But we need to be on the build 226312129. Let's quickly verify. Okay, so we are definitely above that. It's 226312134. So we are on the right build. The next step is I'm waiting for this Cloud PC to be provisioned so we can validate it one more time by just logging into the Cloud PC before configuring the required things for the switch to Cloud PC. Perfect. If you notice, our Cloud PC has been provisioned for this user. So I'm going to quickly use this account to sign in to see if we can log in to Cloud PC without using the switch first. You can go to windows365.microsoft.com and sign in with the user account. Provide the username, put in the password, and sign in as the user. So this is the first time this user is trying to sign in and use the Cloud PC. So the initial process is you have to go through this wizard to get started. And within that, you can see a Cloud PC is being configured for this user. So I'm going to rename the Cloud PC. So I'm going to use it as Windows 365 Switch Cloud PC. Renamed it. Click on open in a browser. I'm going to accept all the defaults. It is signing in for the first time. All right, so we signed into our Cloud PC. So everything which is required from a user licensing point of view, this user have the Cloud PC license and we can use it to log into a Cloud PC. So what we are going to do real quick here is we are going to enroll this Cloud PC to the beta channel. So go to settings. If you go to system about, you can see the current version is Windows 11 Enterprise 22H2. It's not an insider build. So I'm going to quickly go back to Windows Update. Let's close all of this and scroll down till you see Windows Insider Program. Click on Windows Insider Program and I'm going to enable the diagnostic, turn on. This is exactly what we did with the physical device as well. And this time, after enabling it, we will be able to use Windows Insider Program. Click on Get Started, link your existing account. So I'm going to use the existing account to link it to Windows Insider Program. You can either use dev or beta. So I'm going to just use beta channel for the Cloud PC. Click on Continue and click on Continue. You need to restart to get the update. So I'm going to click on Restart now. So that is going to restart the Cloud PC. I'm going to pause the video. I'll come back once I rebooted the PC. Now I'm logging in back to the Cloud PC after the reboot. Let's quickly go to Windows Update. Go to Settings, Windows Update. I'm going to quickly check for updates. At the same time, we're going to go to the Windows Insider Program to see if we have enrolled it properly. All right, so you can see the account is being linked and we are part of the beta channel. So now let's open the Windows Update. We will soon see the new beta release for Windows. All right, so now it starts downloading the latest Windows 11 Insider Preview on the Cloud PC. So what we are going to do is we're going to wait for this installation to complete. then reboot, then we will continue with the test. I'm going to pause the video. I'll see you on the other side. All right, so our updates are installed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly restart the Cloud PC now. The Cloud PC has just been rebooted. Let me quickly go and check if the operating system is updated. I'm going to go to System, go About, and check the operating system version number. It's 22631. The minimum version is 226312129. So let's check ours. It's 2191. So that is updated. So all of our prerequisites are met. I'm going to quickly go to my physical machine and I'm going to install the Windows 365 app. My cloud PC is being changed to Windows Insider build and my physical PC is also Windows Insider build. So let's install the Windows 365 app on the physical machine. Let's open it. I'm going to skip through these steps. And in this step, you can see that now we have this option available to add it to task view. I'm going to click next, click done, and sign into my user profile. Now I have signed into my user profile. To verify, all you have to do is click on this ellipsis. Here you can see that along with pin to taskbar, you have a new option called add to task view. So let's click on add to task view. Now it says that the cloud PC is added to the task view. So let's go to the task view. So this is the task view on your physical machine. So you can click on this icon. So when you click on this, I have a new option called connect to Windows 365 Cloud PC. And it is showing the switch cloud PC we have configured before. So let's go and click on connect to Cloud PC. You can see that now it is directly connecting to the Cloud PC. So we have to wait on the local PC. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Now it is logging into the Cloud PC within my Windows itself. So I don't have any remote desktop enabled. This directly signed into my Cloud PC. How do I verify it? I can just go to About, and this is actually the Cloud PC. Let's open a couple of application here. So I'm going to quickly launch Teams. Just going to randomly open and keep it up here. I'm going to keep the settings as well here, so that I just want to quickly show you the look and feel and how we can go back and switch back and forth between these two devices, one to the cloud PC and another to your local PC. So I opened a bunch of application. My Teams is open, my settings is open, and my app store is also open. Let's go to the switcher, task view switcher. I'm going to click here and I'm going to go to the local desktop. So click on local desktop. Now I am on my local PC. This is where I have launched this Windows 365 app from. So going forward, I don't even have to use the app. If I want to switch back between my local PC, this is my local PC. I want to go back to my Windows 365 Cloud PC. All I have to do is switch, and I'm immediately between my Cloud PC and my local desktop. How simple it is! It is actually really integrated with the Windows itself. So as a user, if I'm using my BYOD device or I want that seamless integration with my Windows, I can use Windows 365 switch to interact or switch between my local PC and my cloud PC with just a switch. I hope you find this video helpful. I will see you on the next one. Until then, take care. You're watching episode number 9 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to learn about Windows 365 Frontline. There are two ways you can configure your cloud PCs, one with the enterprise license and another one with the Frontline license. The Frontline allows you to configure 3 cloud PCs with one Frontline license. So let me show you how you can configure and set up this Windows 365 Frontline. Let's begin. First, let's talk about one of the main difference between Windows 365 Enterprise and the Frontline license, how it shows up in your tenant. So I'm on my Microsoft 365 admin portal. You can go to admin.microsoft365.com, and if you go under billing and click on licenses, even if you have the Windows 365 Frontline license, you will not be able to see it over here. As you can see that I have Windows 10 Enterprise license, Windows Enterprise license with different SKUs,
but no frontline licenses here. To find frontline licenses, you have to go to your products. So click on your products. This is where you would be able to see the frontline license. So towards the bottom, you can see that there is Windows 365 Frontline with the SKU, which is 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM, 250 GB hard disk license available for me in this tenant. So if you click on this, you can see that I have 5 licenses bought for this tenant, and this clearly states that this license can't be assigned to a user or a device. So this is a tenant wide license, not a user or a group based licensing. As long as you have the license in your tenant, the group you associate this to the provisioning policy determines who gets it. Don't worry about it, I will show you what I mean. So if you want to compare the difference, if I go back to product and click on a enterprise license, let's click on enterprise for vCPU. You can see that I have 4 of 5 licenses assigned to somebody and there is 1 license available. That means it's easier for us to assign it to a group or a user. Where in Frontline, this is not possible to assign it to a user or a device. So that's the first difference. Now let's learn how to configure it. To configure the Frontline license, I'm going to the Intune portal. You can access this by going into endpoint.microsoft.com. Within that, click on Devices. Under Device Onboarding, click on Cloud PC Creation. This is where you can see all the provisioned Cloud PCs, your status of your Cloud PCs. You can see all the Cloud PCs which is available. All of these Cloud PCs are the enterprise Cloud PCs. How do you know that? If you go to the PC type, you can see what type of Cloud PC this is and what SKUs are assigned to these users. And we have learned about how to create provisioning policies, custom images, network configuration in the previous episodes. So if you have not sure how to do that, please go and watch the previous episodes. In this episode, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new provisioning policy for the Windows 365 Frontline. So to do that, click on Create a Policy. You know what? Before we create the provisioning policy, let's create a group and add some Frontline users to the group. So let's go to Groups, click on Groups, click on New Group, Group Type, retain as Security, and give a name to your group. I'm going to call it as Windows 365 Frontline User Group. Give a description. I don't need Azure AD roles, so I'm going to retain as it is. Membership type as assigned, and go to Add Members, and let's pick some users. So I'm going to add some users. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm adding 9 users in my company to the Frontline users group, and click on Select and click on Create. So let's do a quick refresh and search for Windows 365 Frontline user group. You can see that we created a new group, and that user group, if you open it, go to members, you can see that all the members we have added are part of this group. I have few admins, I have few on-prem users, and I have few cloud-bound users as well. So we will test various features and functionalities of Windows 365 Frontline in this episode. So now let's go back to devices. Under device onboarding, click on Cloud PC Creation, click on Provisioning Policies, and you can see that I have 3 different policies. All these 3 policies are for enterprise license. So we don't have any Frontline policy yet. So I'm going to create a new provisioning policy. Click on Create a New Policy. First, give a name. I'm going to call it Windows 365 Frontline Azure AD Joint plus Microsoft Hosted Network. That's the architecture I am going to use. Again, if you want to know 3 different architecture, I've created, I think, episode number 3, 4, and 5 are 3 different architecture. You can go and watch that. And a provisioning policy. I'm going to use that same as the description as well. Here, under license type,
Instead of enterprise, this time we're going to select Frontline. Here you can clearly see that a Frontline license can give you up to 3 user Cloud PCs, but only one user can access at the same time. So we will test that feature as well. So let's scroll down. Under join type, I'm going to use Azure AD join. And under network, I'm going to retain Microsoft hosted network. Here, you have to select the region where you want to host it. So I'm going to host it in Australia because that is closer to me, and click next. Under image, we have two options, gallery image or custom image. I'm going to retain gallery image, and I'm going to pick the latest Microsoft provided image, which is Windows 11 with Microsoft 365 apps and 22H2. Click select and next. Under configuration, I'm going to retain the language as English. Under PC naming, I'm going to this time provide a template so that I can distinctly figure out which one is my frontline PCs and which one is my the enterprise PC. So the template I'm going to give is CPC dash frontline worker dash percentage random colon 5. So ideally my cloud PCs will start with CPC frontline worker with some random number. So I'll show you once we provision it. Under additional services, I'm going to retain as none. Click next. This is where we are going to assign it to a group. So this determines out of all these users which is part of this group who gets cloud PC, sorry, frontline license cloud PC. So search for the group we created. I'm going to search for Windows 365. We have few groups. I'm going to select the one we created for frontline users. Select, click next. Oops. Yep. Oh, there is one more step. So if you choose the frontline user group, we need to select the cloud PC size. I only have one user type, so it's easier for me to select. But imagine if you have multiple frontline SKUs, then you individually have to select different SKUs. Since I have 5 licenses, this states that I have 15 cloud PCs available. So I can configure up to 15 users, but only 5 users can sign in at the same time. So in this group, I have 9 members. If you look at the SKU, it says that with this SKU, I can provision up to 15 cloud PC. So let's select that, click select, next, review it, and click on create. All right, so the provisioning policy for the frontline is created. Now, if you go back under overview, you will be able to see the cloud PC will be in the provisioning status. Another way to check is if you go to all cloud PCs, if I scroll down, you can see that there are lots of cloud PCs are under provisioning. So let me quickly zoom out. All right, so now you would be able to see, you can probably see that we have 4 cloud PCs provisioned. These are all my old cloud PCs, which are enterprise license. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 cloud PCs under provisioning at the moment. These are all using Windows 11 Enterprise, but the policy which is kicked off this process is the frontline policy. So I'm not sure how long this process is going to take, more than 20 to 30 minutes. I'll pause the video. I'll see you on the other side. Alright, so our frontline cloud PCs are all provisioned. So you can see that everything is provisioned now. So now let's go and connect to these cloud PCs. So what I'm going to do right now is to show you how to connect using an app. So this is a physical device. I just screen shared it. So let's go to this Windows device. I'm going to use the Windows 365 app. This user is being signed in already. So you can see that this user, we have 2 cloud PCs assigned. One is the regular cloud PC, which is 4 vCPU, 16 GB RAM. This is the enterprise license. This particular cloud PC hold an enterprise license. Another one is the frontline. So I can go and rename this cloud PC. I can basically remove all of that. and I can just name it as Windows 365 Frontline. All right, so to connect to this Cloud PC, all I have to do is click on connect. So you get a warning before connecting to disconnect when finished. So you will never get this warning when you try to connect to your Windows 365 Enterprise license, because this is a totally different licensing model. So if you do not disconnect after your shift work, the other users who are waiting to connect to their Cloud PC will not be able to connect it. So the idea behind this is you only use it during your shift work time. So click on connect. This is going to log in to that user for the first time. I'm going to provide the password one more time, and I'm going to select remember me and click on OK. All right, so now it is logging in as this user. All right, so this user is signed into their Cloud PC for the first time. So this looks exactly same as Windows 365 Enterprise. It is a full-blown device. It's not a multi-session. So if I go back to about to check the system configuration, you can see that this is a 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM machine. It's a Cloud PC. So if I go back to my portal, so we have these frontline licenses provisioned for 9 users, because those many users are who I assigned this license to. Because I only have 5 licenses, technically only 5 people can access at the same time. So let's try to log in to these frontline licenses from 5 different users, and we'll see if the 6th user is able to sign in at or not. So this is going to be a little tricky. I need to find a different browser, different ways to log in at the same time. So one user we signed in with this physical PC. I can probably go to a browser within this itself and log in as a different user. So I'm going to pick the second user, which is on-prem user 1, to log in as the second Flex license. All right, so let me see. Okay, I can see the frontline license. I'm going to click on open in a browser. I'm going to accept the default, click on allow, click OK. All right, so that is signing in. So I'm going to use, so now we have signed in with 2 different users. Let's find another way to sign into another user account. Third, I'm going to use an iPad to sign into another user account. Let me quickly use Edge browser. So I'm going to use the Edge browser. Let's launch it in private browser and go to the Windows 365 portal and sign in with the user. Provide the password and click on sign in. And let's click on open in a browser. This is the frontline licensing, and accept the default and click allow to connect. And this is a warning you get with logging into any Flex or frontline licensing Cloud PC. Disconnect when you finish. Click OK. So that's the third one. So we signed into 3 user account. Let's go to another machine and sign in to the 4th account. I'm going to quickly minimize this. We'll come back to this later. So this time I'm going to use another server operating system to sign in. So this is my Azure PC, Azure server. Let's launch the browser. I'm going to open the in private browser. Let's pick the next user. So we used Sashimi on-prem user Nigiri. Let's use the 4th user, which is on-prem user 2. Again, I'm going to repeat the same process. Go to the Windows 365 portal and sign in with the user and click on sign in. And the Cloud PC is provisioned for this user as well. So we have 4, and the 5th one is the admin account itself. So what I have done, I opened a Windows 365 portal and signed in with that user as well. Now we have actually 5 frontline PCs signed in. So technically it should not allow the 6th user to sign in, because I only have 5 frontline licenses. I've logged in as 5 different users using those licenses, but I have assigned this license to 9 users. But at the same time, only 5 users should be able to log in. So let's use this user, mackie@agtc.com, to sign in. So I'm going to use an in private browser. Go to windows365.microsoft.com and sign in as the 6th user and click on sign in. Yes, I should see a frontline Cloud PC available for this user. Skip through the initial wizard, click on get started. Yep, I can see that there is a cloud, I mean like there is a frontline licenses along with the enterprise license for this user. So you can see that on the banner itself, there is no option for me to connect to this Cloud PC. It says that the Cloud PC should be available soon. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my iPad. I'm going to quickly go to start and I'm going to disconnect. So when you see that the disconnect, when you do that, and it ends the connection to this remote PC. So I'm going to quickly click on disconnect and the session is disconnected. So if I want, I can reconnect it. Otherwise, let's stay disconnected. I'm going to close this browser. Let's move the iPad over to another screen. Now let's come to this user, which is Mackie. That is the sixth user. Let's quickly refresh the screen. While we wait for the license to free up, let me quickly show you where you can actually find the reporting available. So you go to your devices, click on overview. Under overview, there is a new tab called Cloud PC Performance Review. So click on that tab. Under that, there are three different reports available. So the concurrency status, utilization, connection quality issues, etc. So within that, you can click on Cloud PC Low Utilization Report. This is where you can see that all Cloud PCs which are connected. Let's look at the other report. This report shows the concurrency status. So you can see that we assigned the license to vCPU 8 GB RAM and we only can allocate 5 users signing at the same time. And the error message states that the reached concurrency limit. So that means we have to sign in or sign out of one of the user to access it. Now let's check one more time. I'm going to quickly refresh it. Yep, you can see that now it is freed up. So if I click on open in a browser, click allow and sign in. Now it is signing as the sixth user. So we had to disconnect from the fifth user. At least one user have to disconnect for the sixth user to sign in. So that's how the frontline licensing works. One thing you need to keep in mind is the enterprise licenses will give you one-to-one mapping. That user can log in at any time they want. With frontline licensing, one license can be assigned to 3 users, but only one user can access the Cloud PC at the same time. That's the only difference. I hope you find the information provided in this episode useful. I will see you on the next episode. Take care. This is episode number 10 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to go through the comparison between Windows 365 versus Microsoft DevBox. First, we are going to configure Microsoft DevBox to understand how to set up, and then we are going to learn about what are the main difference between DevBox and Windows 365. Let's begin. Microsoft DevBox is a spin-off solution out of Windows 365. This is catered specifically for developers who can use to ready-to-code project-specific dev boxes that are pre-configured and are centrally managed. Let's look at what are the prerequisites for DevBox. To use this, you need to have an Azure account and an Azure subscription with the right permissions. Make sure you are the owner or the contributor or the global administrator for creating these resources and the resource groups. To use DevBox service, you need to have the right licenses. The licenses needed are Windows 11 Enterprise or Windows 10 Enterprise. Additionally, you need Microsoft Intune and Azure AD P1. If you're already trying on an existing Azure subscription, make sure you have the right ports enabled to allow traffic through the firewall. To set up DevBox, just go to portal.azure.com. The first thing what we are going to do is we're going to go to the search box and search for dev centers. So type in dev center and select dev center from the services and click on create new dev center. So make sure you select the right subscription. If you want to choose an existing resource group, you can do that. I'm going to create a brand new resource group. I'm going to call the resource group as DevBox resource group. Click OK. Give a name for your dev center. I'm going to call it as Dev Center Standard DevBox. I'm going to pick the location as Australia East. Click next to tag. This is completely optional. Click on next to review and click on create. All right, so the deployment is complete. So you can go to click on the resource to go to the dev center we just created. So we will come back to this later. The next step is to go and create a network connection. So for that, I'm going to go to virtual network, or you can type in virtual network on the search box and you can select virtual network as well. So click on create a new virtual network. You can very well go and select an existing VNet as well if you want. So I'm going to create a brand new one. So again, select the subscription. I'm going to select the resource group we created for the dev box. That is dev box resource group. Give a name for the VNet. I'm going to call it as DevBox VNet. I'm going to host in Australia East. Click next. I'm not going to enable firewall or anything like that. Click next. Address space, I'm going to retain the default address space and the default subnet. Probably I will rename the subnet name. I'm just going to call the subnet as DevBox subnet. Rest everything default. Click on save and click next, next, and click on create. And our network is created. So that's the second step. The third step is to create network connections. So type in network connections in the search box and then select the network connection from the services. So click on network connections. Here, click on create. Again, I'm going to select the subscription resource group. I'm going to pick the resource group we are using for DevBox. Give a name. I'm going to call it as DevBox network connection and select a virtual network we created. So we created the virtual network in Australia East. That is the DevBox VNet. I'm going to select that. And then I'm going to select the DevBox subnet. Click on tags and click on review and click on create. So this wouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. All right. So the network connection is also created. So if you go to resources, go to networking, you can see that the Azure Active Directory network connection is created. So there is one more architecture which is hybrid Azure AD that will allow your dev boxes to be joined to your on-prem domain controller. We are not using that. We are using Azure Active Directory join. The next step is to attach the network connection to the dev center. To do that, let's go back to the search and search for dev center. And this is the dev center we created. Click on the dev center. Under DevBox configuration, click on networking. We don't have any networking at the moment, so click on add network connection. Here I'm going to select the DevBox network connection we just created. Select that, wait for the status to turn to passed or with the green signal. Till then we will wait and then we will proceed further. Anyway, while this is happening, let's go ahead and add this network. So click on add. This is going to attach this network connection to the dev center dev box we created. And I'm going to wait for this check to complete. If this fails, we will go and troubleshoot it. So I'm going to pause the video now. So you can see that the network is added successfully, but we are waiting for the status to turn on green before proceeding further. All right, so the status is passed. So now we can move on to the fourth or the fifth step. So after creating and attaching the network connection to the dev center, now we have to go and define the dev boxes. That means that we are going to create a definition that describes the image and the SKU. The SKUs are nothing but the storage on the compute that should be used by the dev boxes. So to do that, go to the dev center. So if you are not on this page, go to the search box and type in dev centers and click on dev center and select your dev center. And under dev box configuration, this time click on dev box definitions. So select that. So we don't have any definitions yet. So click on create definition, or you can click on create dev box definition here as well. So this is where you're going to provide the details. So under the name,
This is where you will specify the name of the definition so that you can easily identify when you configure your dev boxes. So I'm going to name it as standard dev box. Under image, this is where you have to select an image that is going to be used as the base operating system for the dev boxes. So you have options for Windows 11 with Visual Studio installed, or Windows 10 with Visual Studio. You have enterprise editions or pro editions, etc. So I'm going to pick the latest one. If you don't want the Visual Studio images, we have gallery images as well, which has the developer optimizations already provided, which support hibernation and things like that. So I'm going to pick the Visual Studio Enterprise with Windows 11 Enterprise and Microsoft 365 apps installed. So pick the version number. I'm going to pick the latest one. Select the compute. The compute is the amount of virtual CPU and the RAM you want for your dev box. So I'm going to select the least one, which is the 8 vCPU 32 GB RAM, and select the storage capacity. So I'm going to start with 256 SSD. You can go up to 2 terabytes as well. So let's select the 256. So we have hibernation available that is under preview at the moment, and this is only supported for specific dev boxes. So I'm not going to enable it at the moment. We can test it later, and simply click on create. So most of the foundational layer for this dev center for the dev box is created. The next step is to create a project that relies on the dev center. To do that, we are still within the dev center. If you scroll down on the left hand panel, under manage, click on projects. We don't have any project at the moment, so click on create a new project. This project will enable the organization to manage team level settings, and this is going to empower development teams to self-service or self-serve their dev boxes. Again, let's create a project. So I'm going to select the same subscription resource group. I'm going to retain the one which we used so far. Give a name. This is where you're going to specify the name for the project to easily identify it. So I'm going to select the one which we created. So select the dev center standard dev box. Give a name. I'm going to call it a standard dev box. I'm going to give the same description as well. And click next to go to the dev box management. So this is where you put limits to your dev box. This will allow you to restrict how many dev boxes each developer can create in a project. So do you want to limit it or no? So I'm going to limit it at the moment. I'm going to limit it to 2 and click on review and create, and click on create. Dev box project is successfully created. Let's go back to home. This time again, go to your dev center. The next step is we are going to create a dev box pool. To do that, go to your dev center and go to under manage, click on the project which we just now created. That is the standard dev box. So select the project, and on the left hand side under the project, click on manage, and under that you can find dev box pools. So click on dev box pools. We don't have a pool created. So this dev box pool is a collection of dev boxes that have similar settings. So this is going to specify the dev box definitions and the network connection that the dev boxes use. So we have to associate at least one pool with your project before users can create a dev box. So click on create, give a name. I'm going to call it a standard dev box. Select the definition and select the network connection. So we are just basically linking the project and the network connection, and what type of privilege you want to give to the dev boxes. Is it local administrator or standard user? Because I'm going to give it to a developer, I'm going to select local administrator. We have additional controls like, do you want to automatically stop to save cost if in case if the developer forgot to turn off the device? Do you want to automatically stop? Yes. What's the local time do you want it to be stopped at? I'm going to retain the default. It's 7 p.m. If I'm not turning on, this should automatically turn off. And I'm just ticking the confirmation to say that I have Azure hybrid usage benefit so that I get a little more discount on the licensing, and click on create.
Okay, our dev box pool is successfully created. So let's go back to the pool and check. So I'm going to click on the pool. So I'm going to quickly check on the pool. So you can see that there is no issues found. There is no error. So it's successfully created. So when you deploy this pool, Azure actually checks a lot of health in the background. This is to ensure that the image and the network passes the validation criteria for the dev boxes. The next step is to provide access to the Microsoft DevBox project. So to do that, we are going to go back to the dev boxes. So I'm going to, sorry, dev center. So go to your dev center, select your dev center, and on the left hand side, scroll down under manage, click on projects, and select the newly created project. On the left hand side, under overview, click on access control IAM. This is where we are going to provide developers access to the DevBox pool in this project. We are going to provide roles to the developers with the permissions to create, manage, and delete their own dev boxes. So let's go and do that. So under access control IAM, click on add, select add role assignment. Under role, search for dev center devbox user. So you can see that over here, dev center devbox user. So this provides access to create and manage dev boxes. So I'm going to select that, click next. Under members, add the required members you want to be part of this dev box. So I'm going to select members. I'm going to add it to the admin, and I'm going to add it to another user as well, and select and click next and review and assign. So if you want to provide user permission to manage project, we need to add them into the dev center project admin role. So I'm going to go back to add role assignment. This time I'm going to select the admin role, click next. I'm going to add admin, select and review and assign. All right, so now all the configuration needed for the dev box is being completed. Now let's look at from the developer point of view. As a developer, they can go to devbox.microsoft.com and log in. I'm going to log in as the admin user I signed in with anyways. So let me quickly zoom in. So once all the configuration is in place, the developer can use this portal to access their dev box. This portal provides the developer the ability to create their own dev boxes and to manage these dev boxes. I don't have any dev box at the moment, so click on add a dev box. So I'm gonna name my dev box. I'm gonna I'm gonna call it as development PC01. I can see that it's gonna be provisioned under the standard project, and this is gonna be provisioned in Australia East. The configuration is 8 vCPU, 32 GB RAM, and 256 GB storage. And I have a notification that this dev box will shut down at 7 p.m. every night. And there is a warning that dev box creation can take between 25 minutes to 65 minutes. And once it is provisioned, I will get an email notification when it is ready. So I'm going to click on create. So the look and feel of the card is exactly like Windows 365 Cloud PC. I can see that the dev box is getting provisioned. So I'm going to wait for some time. I'm going to pause the video. I will log back in once this is done. While that is creating, I got another idea to create one more dev box. So I'm going to create one more. If you remember, when we configured the project, I allowed the developer to create two dev boxes. I provide the limit as two. So let's anyway create one more. So I'm going to give the name as, I'm going to call it as devbox PC02. Again, of the same configuration, shut down at 7. Let's quickly create it. So now we can see that there are two dev boxes under creation. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. It looks like one of the dev box is created and the status is running. Another one is creating. So let's quickly connect to this dev box. Let's first see what are the things we can do. We can stop this dev box, restart it, delay scheduled shutdown. So the scheduled shutdown of this dev box is at 7. If I want to delay it, I can actually delay it. This is quite handy. What else can we do? We can check more information, like what's the image type, what's the SKU, things like that. If we don't want this dev box, we can delete it. So let's click on open in a browser to access it for the first time. Just like Windows 365, it is asking us, do you want connectivity to local printer, microphone, clipboard, camera, location, keyboard, etc. So we can accept the default and move on. Click on connect. Provide the password again, click on sign in. So we are connecting to the first dev box, that is dev PC01. It is logging into the Windows 11 for the first time. That's the operating system I chose. So let's see if we can find Visual Studio when we log in. Alright, so now we have signed in to our dev box for the first time. It's a Windows 11 operating system. Let's quickly check the system. Go to settings, click on about. You can check the device name. The device name is CPC admin and a random number. Let's go to Intune and find out if we can see this Cloud PC. So I'm on my Intune. Go to all devices. I'm going to quickly refresh to see if there are any changes. Let's pick it up. You can see that there are two Cloud PCs provisioned under admin name. So these two are the dev boxes PC. It is really good that it is automatically shown up in my Intune portal. So that means it is automatically enrolled to Intune as well. So then we can do certain administrative tasks like deploying apps, deploying updates, things like that. So we will look into the administrative part later. Let's go back to the DevBox PC. What else? On the left hand side on my desktop, you can see that all other apps, which is part of the template, is being installed. My dev tools and dev toolkits and everything is ready to go for me to just open up and use. So that's quite good. So how does it compare to Windows 365? You can access Windows 365 just like this, but to access Windows 365, you go to a different portal. For the dev box, you go to devbox.microsoft.com. For Windows 365, you go to windows365.microsoft.com. So let's quickly sign in to the portal. Here on the Windows 365 portal, you can see that I have two PCs, Cloud PCs have signed. One is the Frontline, another one is the dev box. So I didn't know that the dev box PCs will be visible under the Windows 365 portal as well. This is quite cool. So I can access the dev box from here as well. But I don't have that administrative option which I could do under the DevBox portal. So under DevBox portal, I could do certain things like stop, restart, delay, shutdown. For some reason, it is not available for me. I'm not sure if that is because I have this machine turned on at the moment. I'm not sure that is the reason. So let's talk about the main differences. One, to configure Windows 365, we have learned so far that it basically you buy the license and assign it to a user. You have your Cloud PC ready. For the dev box, you have to go ahead and create that internal infrastructure or the technical specification within your Azure under the dev center, and you create different project, and within that project you mention different standard or the specification on how you want to create these dev boxes. You mentioned that in the pool. You mentioned about what are the configuration, things like that. Second thing is Windows 365 Cloud PCs have different SKUs available. The SKUs I am talking about are these, like 2 vCPU 4 GB or 4 vCPU 16 GB or 8 CPU 32 GB with different hard disk configuration. The dev box configuration start beyond that. So if you look at our dev box, let's click on more information. The dev box configuration starts with 8 vCPU 32 GB RAM with that configuration. So if you want a lower SKU, it's good to go to Windows 365, and it is easier to configure because all you have to do is assign that license to a user and it is immediately done. The another major difference between DevBox and Windows 365 is
You don't have to shut down to save cost on Windows 365. Wherein under DevBox, to reduce cost, you have to actually turn off the machine after your certain work. Even though it is dedicated one-to-one mapping, you still have to shut down to save cost. Because to run these high power, high configuration 8 vCPU 32 GB RAM machines, it is gonna cost pretty significant in your Azure bill. So I'm not sure how much it is gonna cost. I haven't done the comparison yet. Definitely, this is gonna be a significant cost in your Azure subscription. So that's how you access your dev box. So that's one way of accessing it is using your browser. Another way of accessing it is using the remote desktop tool. So you can go to App Store and download Microsoft Remote Desktop. I already have it. Let's copy this URL and let's see if we can access it from the Remote Desktop app. I'm going to my Remote Desktop app, go to Workspaces, click on Add Workspace, and provide the URL and click on Add. This is where you would have to put your username and password. I'm going to put admin at agtclab.com and I'm going to provide the password. Click on sign in. So pretty soon we should see both of the Cloud PCs. I can see both the Cloud PCs here. So let's see if we can connect to the Cloud PC from the remote desktop. Provide the password, click on continue. All right, so we have where we left off. So I just signed into the dev box using the remote desktop client. The resolution is much better, much crisper and cleaner than how you access it from the browser. So if you are doing some production work, doing reading and some sort of a coding, I would definitely encourage to use the app rather than the browser, because in the browser the resolution or the clarity is a bit poor compared to the app. So I hope you understood how to configure DevBox and what are the main high level differences compared to Windows 365. In the next video, I'm going to make a quick comparison on Azure Virtual Desktop with Windows 365. I will see you on the next one. Take care. You're watching episode number 11 of Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode, we are going to compare Azure Virtual Desktop with Windows 365. We're going to understand what are the main differences, why you should choose which solution for your virtualization need, and how to configure both of these solutions. And I will try to give you a couple of tips which can help you pick the right solution for your customer. Let's begin. We're going to use the Azure portal to set up Azure Virtual Desktop infrastructure for this demonstration today. So before I go ahead and do this, let's quickly understand the differences between Azure Virtual Desktop and Windows 365. Let us first look into the journey of a typical customer before they choose any VDI platform. A typical customer using a traditional VDI pretty much deploy all the platform and everything what they require in their own data center, and they have to pretty much manage the entire stack all by themselves. Then we had another option with Azure. So you could very well go and set up RDS, Citrix or VMware on Azure itself. So pretty much Azure will give you the entire platform, like wherein you can go ahead and select the right operating system, then install. If it is RDS, you need to make sure that you install the licensing server, connection broker, all sort of required things. Citrix, then you put the Citrix environment on top of your virtualized operating system and then you configure it. Even with VMware, it's the same. But the idea is the customer will have to manage the whole virtualization plane. How do you manage your network? How to deploy it? It comes with a lot of overhead, to be honest. Then Microsoft brought another offering into place, which is called Azure Virtual Desktop. Using this solution, Microsoft pretty much takes care of the virtualization control plane as well. So with this platform, it becomes like a platform as a service offering where Microsoft manages all the underlying infrastructure needed for you to stand up your virtual environment. All you have to worry about is making sure that the right servers are configured, manage these servers in the backend, fine tune it, do an automation to bring the servers down if you are not using things like that. So it made it even more easier for you.
but you still have to take care of a lot of aspect all by yourself. The latest offering in the virtualization space from Microsoft is the Windows 365. Here, as a customer, all you have to take care is the identity and the devices. Identity is nothing but the user who you are going to assign this virtual device to. So basically, you get the license from Microsoft and you assign the license, and pretty much everything else from the underlying infrastructure to your data center, everything else is managed by Microsoft. Once you provision these devices, you can pretty much add that device to your existing Intune or a CCM to further manage the life cycle of the VDI platform. It's very simple, very straightforward. Because of that, one, it gives you enough speed and agility to actually deploy these virtual instances at scale. So all you have to do is purchase few licenses, assign it to users. There you go. The pretty much all the VDIs what you need is ready for you the moment you assign these licenses. You don't have to worry about scaling or provisioning the hardware or making sure that you have enough capacity in your data center or anyone else's data center. All of that are thing of past. And Windows 365 give you enough flexibility to actually move around and take these licenses and reassign it to your user or resize cloud PCs at your will, bringing you the great flexibility for cost saving as well. So let's quickly look at the comparison first. What are the things you need to be aware of if you're going to pick Azure Virtual Desktop? From a management point of view, Azure Virtual Desktop, you still have to pretty much manage everything. So it comes with a lot of overhead for your virtualization team to actually go and like manage it consistently. That doesn't mean there are no benefit. So if you are planning to use Azure Virtual Desktop, these could be one of the reason. One, you need a multi-session platform wherein Windows 365 will give you a dedicated one-to-one personal desktop. Here you have an option to either use multi-session or a dedicated PC. Another great advantage or use case for Azure Virtual Desktop is you would be able to publish application. So your requirement is to only publish application, then go with Azure Virtual Desktop because Windows 365 doesn't offer you that capability. Another thing is greater control. If you as an organization want a greater control in terms of what server infrastructure you want to host, you want to fine tune with the automation how much resources you're going to allocate to each virtual instances, then pretty much AVD is your option. Wherein Windows 365, you basically get a cloud PC. That's about it, and you don't have further control in terms of utilizing each and every resources you might have in your infrastructure. Another obvious one is existing in-house or outsourced VDI skills. To manage Azure Virtual Desktop, you need certain skill set, especially virtual desktop infrastructure skill set to maintain the virtual instances, not only deploying it, going further, how do you manage it? So you need to make sure that you have the right skill set. Another great reason why you should be considering for AVD is you only need to pay what you consume because this is an Azure platform offering. It gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of like fine tuning the infrastructure. So you only pay for what you use. So if you're great at automation, if you are really skilled at managing your infrastructure, you might find this a bit more cheaper compared to Windows 365. Or if you already have some existing infrastructure already in place, or you already made investment with Citrix or VMware, you have a license agreement with them which you would like to continue, then AVD becomes your perfect option. Now let's look at Windows 365. If you are looking for a dedicated one-to-one mapping for a user to use a virtual desktop, then you don't have to look any further. Windows 365 is the perfect solution for you because just like Exchange Online, all you have to do is get the license or the right SKU. The SKU will consist of the amount of RAM and the vCPU and the storage you would like to use and assign it to a user and forget about it, just like any other PC in your organization. With Windows 365, the management is done by your end user computing team. The responsibility lies with the team who actually manages your workplace devices like mostly your SCCM team or your Intune team rather than your infrastructure team, because there is nothing like a fine tuning or the server infrastructure needed for Windows 365. And if you are a company, you don't have the required in-house skills for managing your virtual infrastructure, then again, Windows 365 is a compelling solution where you can simply kick off the project today, and you could very well finish the whole internal setup which is required for Windows 365 within 1 or 2 days. And rest everything is just managing the day-to-day operations, which is quite easy because Cloud PC becomes like any other PC within your organization. You just add that Cloud PC instances to your SCCM policies or your Intune policies to constantly deploy apps or maintain the patches and things like that. Another control what Windows 365 gives you is the predictability in terms of cost. So if you want a guaranteed fixed price offering for your VDI, Windows 365 is the perfect choice because you already know what you're going to pay for each SKU, and that is not going to change. So that's an advantage in your side. And if you don't have any long term commitment, or if you are nearing to the commitment what you have with any third party like Citrix or VMware, again, look at Windows 365, explore it, see if it fits your user personas within your organization, and try it out. And Microsoft is making huge investment in terms of Windows 365 as a solution itself. So all the latest and greatest features which is going to come to Windows, it's going to come to Windows 365 as well. So that's the high level view on Azure Virtual Desktop versus Windows 365. Now let's go and configure Azure Virtual Desktop in your Azure environment. Then we will configure Windows 365 as well so that we can compare both solutions. It's been quite some time since I deployed an Azure instance. So let's go and see what are the changes which Microsoft have made in this solution recently. Let's go to your Azure portal, go to portal.azure.com. On the search box, type in Azure Virtual Desktop and select Azure Virtual Desktop from the services. It's quite easy to deploy Azure Virtual Desktop these days. If you want to know the deeper dive on all of these aspects, I have created another video bootcamp just for Azure Virtual Desktop in the past. So if you go under Cloud Bootcamp, um, so there is one video I made an year ago that is still relevant, which include 12 different types of exercises for Azure Virtual Desktop. So you can actually go and watch that if you want to have a deeper dive on Azure Virtual Desktop. So let's go back. Click on create a host pool. Select the subscription resource group. I'm gonna actually create a new resource group. I'm gonna call it AVD resource group. Click OK. Give a name for your host pool. I'm gonna name it as AVD host pool. Location, I'm gonna keep it in Australia East. I'm not gonna enable the validation environment. Preferred application group type. Do you wanna deploy as an application or a desktop? This is one of the great benefit of going with Azure Virtual Desktop. So if you want to just deploy as an application, that is remote app, then AVD is the right solution for you, not Windows 365. So I'm just going to compare the desktop with Windows 365. Just select desktop and select the host pool type. Do you want personal or pooled? Again, this is one of the main difference between Azure Virtual Desktop and Windows 365. Windows 365 will give you a personal desktop. So it's one-to-one mapping. The whole resources allocated to that VDI instance is for that user. Wherein pooled, you can carve out the resources for multiple users. It is otherwise known as multi-session. So I'm gonna take pooled. If you are going with pooled or personal, there is two types of algorithm you can use, breadth first or depth first. Again, in the other video, I explained this in detail. One will give you an ability to fill your existing resource first before moving into another server. Another one is it actually go ahead and fill individual instances in different server in a round robin fashion and come back. So I'm just going to go for with depth first. Within that session host, how many number of user per sessions you want to allocate? I'm not going to have a big instance, so I'm just going to put 3. And let's go to the virtual machines. So here, do you want to add Azure Virtual Machine? I'm going to select yes. Do you want these virtual machines to be hosted in your existing resource group? I'm going to retain yes. What's the prefix you want to give to the session host? I'm going to call it as session host. Virtual machine location, I'm going to pick Australia East. Availability zone, I don't need because this is a test environment. Security type, I'm going to retain standard because I'm going to delete it after the test. Image, what type of operating system you want. Again, one other advantage of using Azure Virtual Desktop is you can create Windows Server instances. If that is your requirement, go with Azure Virtual Desktop, wherein Windows 365 can only give you Windows 10 or Windows 11. So I'm going to pick Windows 11 Enterprise Multi-Session with Microsoft 365 apps installed. I'm going to retain the existing default VM which is given by Microsoft, 2 vCPU, 8 GB RAM, and number of VMs I'm going to just put it as 1. Hard disk type standard SSD. Boot diagnostics, I don't need it. Virtual network, I don't have a VNet created for this. I'm going to leverage an existing VNet I have, which we created for the last episode for the dev box. I'm going to retain that. Network security, I'm not going to have any. The type of join, do you want Active Directory or Azure Active Directory? I'm going to pick Azure Active Directory. This option was not available when I was last exploring the AVD. Do you want to enroll it to Intune? Yes, I'm going to enroll it to Intune. Virtual machine administrative account. This is the local account. Provide the admin username and password. If you have any custom configuration URLs, you can provide that over here. I don't have any, so just click on review and create. So this goes through a validation process. If everything looks normal, we will be able to create it. So let's go ahead and click on create. All right, so the deployment has begun. So I'm going to pause the video. We'll come back once this is finished. You know what? While that is happening, let's do the Windows 365 provisioning as well. So I'm going to use a couple of users for this testing. So let's go back to users. Let's pick a couple of users for the whole testing. So I'm going to use these two users. Timaki and Uramaki are the users I'm going to use for this testing. So I'm going to quickly go to one of these users, and first step is to assign the Windows 365 license. I'm going to go to licenses, go on assignments, and I'm going to give one user 2 vCPU, click on save, and I'm going to go to another user and assign another license for another user. So this user I'm going to give the 4 vCPU, click on save. So now we have two users. These two are the users which we are going to use for both AVD and Windows 365 testing. Now let's go back to devices. I'm going to pretty much quickly go through the steps. You already know that. If you are not quite sure about what I'm doing, I have made detailed video on how to provision Windows 365. Just go and watch the previous episodes. So here you can see that all of a sudden there are two Cloud PCs are not provisioned. Not provisioned means we have just assigned the licenses, but it doesn't know how to provision. It doesn't know what operating system, where to host, what architecture to choose, things like that. So you remember in the previous episode we talked about provisioning policies. Provisioning policies are the one which determines how to configure your Cloud PC, what operating system to use, what architecture need to use, things like that. So I'm going to use the basic architecture, which is Azure Active Directory join with Microsoft hosted network. So all I need to do is find the group, because already we created the provisioning policy. I just need to know which group I need to add this users to. So I'm going to copy the group name, go to the groups, search for the group, and let's add these two users. So while the AVD infrastructure is getting ready, we are getting the Windows 365 also getting ready. So these two users are already part of this group. I'm going to add two more members. So go to users, scroll down. I'm going to pick these two users we discussed, Temaki and Uramaki, and select, and these users are added. Let's do a quick refresh. All right, I can see that there are 4 users added. Now if I go back to Windows 365 Admin Center, click on Cloud PC Creation, go to all Cloud PCs, you will soon see these two devices are under provisioning. It uses the provisioning policy we picked up, and both are going to have a Windows 11 Enterprise. This is going to approximately take 10 to 15 minutes. So while the AVD is been provisioning, let this also provision in the backend so we can test side by side. All right, so both are Azure Virtual Desktop, and let's check the Windows 365. Windows 365 also provisioned. So Windows 365 provisioned really fast because it's just provisioning the Cloud PC. And now to use this Cloud PC, all you have to do is go to windows365.microsoft.com and start accessing. Everything else is done. So you don't have to do anything else on Windows 365. Where in Azure Virtual Desktop, we have to configure the resource to start using Azure Virtual Desktop. You can actually go and see both of these in both Azure. So let's go to the Azure portal. If you go to Azure Active Directory, click on devices, click on all devices. If I sort this device by a registered date, you will soon see the three devices we provisioned. One, these two are Cloud PCs. The third one is the session host. It's all available in the Azure portal. Similarly, if you go to your Intune portal, if I go back to Intune, click on all devices. Again, here, click on all devices. And if I sort this out by last check-in, the other way around, you can see that these two are Cloud PCs and the third one is session host. This is great. It is already enrolled to Intune, so it's easier for me to deploy apps and updates and manage these devices. That's great. Now let's go back to the Azure Virtual Desktop. To assign user access to the session host or the pool, let's go to under Manage, click on Application Group, select the pool we created, which is the AVD host pool that is for the desktop. Click on that, and under Assignments, let's add the users who we want to give this access to. Click on these users. I'm going to give it to these two users and click on Select. Now these users who we have assigned should be able to access their first virtual desktop. There should be a multi-session virtual desktop. And the final step is to create the workspaces. So click on Workspaces, click on Create, select the existing resource group we selected, give a name for your workspace. I'm going to call it as AVD Workspace for Desktop, location Australia East. Next, click on Application Group. Yes, we should be able to register the application group. Click on Register for the application group and select. And next, click on Advanced. We are not going to make any changes here and click on Review and Create. After the validation, click on Create. But I find this article for the Azure AD join machine. We have to configure the role assignment for the VM. So we have to add these users to virtual machine administrator login and virtual machine user login group. So let's go and do that. I'm going back to my Azure portal. So this time click on virtual machines. The session host is this one, the session host 0. Click on the virtual machine, click on access control IAM, click on add role assignment, search for virtual machine, expand this. So I have to select virtual machine administrator and we are selecting one more. Next, I'm going to add user. First user is Ramaki and the second user is Temaki, and click on select. Review and assign. Review and assign. I'm going to do the same thing for the other role as well. So go to virtual machine role. This time we are going to select the virtual machine user login. Click next. Click on select member. Select the user and select. Click on review and assign. This should be sufficient for us to log into the Azure Virtual Desktop session host. Let's go to the website, provide the username and password, and let's try to connect to the session host. Click on submit. Let's try one more time. So for some reason, I'm not able to connect via web client. So let's use the remote desktop app. While that is happening, to connect to your Windows virtual desktop, you can click on Cloud PC and provide the password. So you can see that it is already started connecting, and this is my Cloud PC. So let's use a remote desktop client to connect to the Azure Virtual Desktop. So click on add a workspace, provide the URL. The URL is rdweb.wvd.microsoft.com and click on add. This is where you have to provide the username and password. You could either provide either one of the user we selected. I'm going to sign in as the first user, Ramaki. Click next, provide the password and sign in. So again, in this workspace, you can see there are two PCs assigned. One is the Azure Virtual Desktop session host. Another one is the Windows 365 Cloud PC. So we have already connected to Cloud PC in the background. So now let's connect to the session desktop. So I'm going to launch it. It is pretty soon going to ask the username and password, provide the password and click on continue. This should automatically connect to the session host now. Here you can see that the connection is established, and that's why you get that green dot. So this is very promising. All right, so that is signing into the user session host for the first time. Since I had three screens, it is actually showing the three screens. You get the idea, right? So you can access your virtual desktop either using your Azure virtual desktop, or you can connect to the same user using the Windows 365 Cloud PC. The configuration of both are different, and the consumption model is also different. One, you have to set up everything in Azure for the Azure virtual desktop. You would be paying for the session host which is running here. There is going to be a variable cost based on the compute, the storage associated with it, additional cost of the network inbound and outbound, things like that. For Windows 365, all you have to worry about is the SKU or the license you assign for the user. So if you look at this user, we went into the licensing tab and we assigned a Windows 365 license to the user. That's all we have done actually. And as soon as you added this user, we start seeing that the Cloud PC started provisioning for that user. So if you go into Cloud PC creation, all Cloud PCs, you can see that the Cloud PC is provisioned for this user. Very simple, very straightforward. We didn't have to do any other configuration like what we have done for the Azure Virtual Desktop. So that's a quick comparison between Azure Virtual Desktop and Windows 365. I hope you find it useful. I will see you on the next one. Take care.
You're watching Windows 365 Masterclass. This is episode number 12, and in this episode we are going to learn about how can you secure your cloud PC using MFA. We are going to use the Azure portal to enable MFA for Windows 365 service. You can access this by going into portal.azure.com, and let's go to Azure Active Directory. If you can't find it, all you have to do is search for Azure Active Directory here and select it. Make sure you have the right licenses. You need the minimum of Azure Active Directory Premium P1 license to use this particular service. Now, once you are within the Azure Active Directory, on the left hand side under Manage, scroll down till you find Security and click on Security. Within Security, under Protect, click on Conditional Access. This is where you can create different policies to enable or support conditional access or MFA for certain applications. So let's click on create a new policy. First is to give a name for your policy. I'm going to name it as MFA for Windows 365 Cloud PCs. Here, the next step is to assign it to a user or a group. So let's click on user or a group. Before you enable this MFA for all of these users, I would encourage you to enable it for a subset of users. Collect the feedback, make sure everything is working as intended before you roll out widely within your organization. So I'm not going to select all users. I'm going to select a particular user. The right way of deploying this is to attach to a group rather than a user. Because this is a test scenario, I'm going to pick a user. Let's pick Mackie. Before we do that, let's quickly go to our Intune portal. I just want to show you if this user have a cloud PC or not and what are the other prerequisites before testing it. So this is the Intune portal. You can click on devices. Let's first go to users. Select the user I just talked about, Mackie, and we need to make sure that if this user have the right license. Go to the licensing tab. You can see that this user have M365 E5. That means they have Azure AD P1 license, so they can use MFA. More than that, this user is assigned with a cloud PC. So now let's go to devices to see if this user have an active cloud PC. Go under all cloud PCs. Here, let me quickly zoom out a little bit. Here, if you scroll down to the right, you can see that there is a cloud PC assigned for this user. So let's first quickly sign in as a user before I enable MFA for this user. Easier way to access the cloud PC is by going into the portal windows365.microsoft.com, log in as the user, provide the username and password and sign in. After that, you will be able to see the cloud PC tab assigned for this user. So let me quickly zoom out. So there are two cloud PCs assigned for this user, one Frontline and one Enterprise. So I'm going to quickly connect to the Enterprise one. Just accept the default and click on continue. And I have signed in to this user account. So I can access the cloud PC
without being prompted for any additional verification. Let's continue with the MFA configuration. I'm going to go back to the Azure portal. Let's select this user. Click on select. Now under target resources, click on target resources. Here, select cloud apps. Under cloud apps, click on selected apps. Under that, click on select. And we are going to search for Windows 365 and select the Windows 365 service. Click on select. Next, if you scroll down, click on grant. So we don't have any controls at the moment. So click on grant. Here, we are anyway not blocking it. We are granting access. But at the same time, we want the user to go through a MFA prompt. So click on required MFA. We are not making any other changes. Click on select. Under enable policy, by default, it's report only. We have to turn on. So click on turn on and click on create. So right now it is creating the MFA policy. Looks like the policy has been successfully created. Now let's go and verify. I'm gonna close the Cloud PC and I'm gonna sign out from the user. Let's sign in one more time. Let's go to windows365.microsoft.com, provide the username, click next, provide the password, click on sign in. So now I got a notification that my organization need more information to keep my account secure. So because I have not enabled or gone through the MFA verification, I have to set up first. So click next. So first step is to use an app, which is the Microsoft Authenticator app. So click next, and to set up the account, click next. I'm going to quickly scan the QR code using the Microsoft Authenticator and click next. All right, so I got a verification code on my Authenticator app. I'm going to just quickly verify it to complete the verification. All right, so it's successfully completed. Click next and click on done. And you can click on continue with the sign in. All right, so that was pretty easy. So now if I want to access the Cloud PC, all I have to do is click on open in a browser. Click continue and I am signed into my Cloud PC without any issue. I'm going to quickly sign in one more time. This time we should not go through any verification process. This time it should only prompt for MFA and that should allow us to sign in. Quickly go to windows365.microsoft.com, provide the username, password, and we should get the prompt immediately. So I'm gonna quickly put the code and confirm it, and we should be able to sign into the service. Very simple, very effective, and very powerful. So I hope you learned the step to enable multi-factor authentication for your Windows 365 service. I will see you on the next one. Take care. You're watching Windows 365 Masterclass, and this is episode number 13. In this episode, we are going to learn about what is Windows Autopatch. Windows Autopatch is a Microsoft-based cloud service which you can use to automatically update and patch your Windows, Microsoft Edge, Microsoft 365 services, and Teams. So in this episode, I'm going to explain you how you can use Autopatch to automatically update your cloud PCs. Let's begin. To start the configuration of Autopatch, you have to go to your Microsoft Intune Admin Center. You can go to the portal by going into endpoint.microsoft.com, and within that, on the left hand side, click on Tenant Administration. So once you're inside the tenant administration, scroll till you see on the bottom of the screen Windows Autopatch. If you are not able to see this particular option within your Microsoft Intune, that means you are not meeting the prerequisites. There are certain prerequisites included with Autopatch, things like whether you have the right licenses, things like that. So you can go through the documentation to find out if you have the right licenses to use Autopatch. As long as you have enterprise mobility plus security or E3 or E5 license, you will be able to see Autopatch in your Intune tenant. Within that, click on Tenant Enrollment. Here you can read about what is Windows Autopatch all about and what are the services you can use this Autopatch for, which include Windows, Microsoft 365 apps, Teams, Azure Virtual Desktop, Edge browser, and any operating system which is 10 or 11 or higher. The next step is to run this readiness assessment tool. This basically go and check to verify if your Intune and your Microsoft Entra, there are all the settings are in place to kick off this Windows Autopatch enrollment. So click on this checkbox and say agree. And within that, you can click on run these checks, and that will return the value within like a couple of seconds. The readiness check has completed without any problem within my tenant. So if you face any issues here, it will show us the report to tell you what exactly you need to do to get your Windows Autopatch up and running. So I can go ahead and click on enroll to enroll Autopatch in my tenant. So the enrollment is in progress. The next step is to allow the administrator access for Microsoft to perform certain creating tasks and policies related to Autopatch. So if you agree, click on I agree and click on agree. And this is where you're going to provide the details. Provide the right details and click next. And once you provide both primary and secondary admin details, click on complete. So this now is setting up the required things which is needed for Autopatch in your tenant. All right, so the Autopatch setup is completed. So to continue with the configuration and use the service, click on continue. By default, now it is going to go ahead and create the Autopatch groups. So in the background, what's happening at this moment is Microsoft is creating the required Azure Active Directory groups and service accounts which is needed for this Autopatch service. And this process is going to take up to 30 minutes as per this documentation. So I'm going to pause the video. I'll come back once this is finished. All right, so the Autopatch setup has been completed. So I can see that there are new options under the tenant administration. I can see messages, admin contacts, support requests, and tenant management here. The next step is to enroll devices to Autopatch or register these devices. For that, we are going back to devices. So click on devices. Under devices, scroll down till you see Windows Autopatch. And within that, click on devices. So to register these devices to Autopatch, you need to add the devices to the Autopatch security group, which is automatically created during the provisioning process. So let's go to the group. So click on groups, search for Windows Autopatch device registration. You can see that there are lots of groups related to Autopatch. We will come to that later. These are the different rings. So let's click on Windows Autopatch device registration and let's go and add some members. So click on add member, go to devices. So I'm going to pick few cloud PCs and few physical devices. So anything with CPCs are my Windows 365 cloud PCs. So I'm picking few enterprise license PCs and some frontline PCs as well. And let's pick a couple of physical laptops which is connected or configured or enrolled into this tenant. And click on select and add these members. All right, so all the devices are added to the group. Now we can go back to devices, scroll down till you find Autopatch and click on device. So all the devices which we just now added, now what Microsoft does is it is going to run certain discovery processes and it is going to run some software based prerequisites to check and try to register them with this particular service. So this process can again take up to an hour for the registered devices to appear in the Intune console. But if you don't want to wait that long, you can do one more trick. So you can go to this particular tab and click on discover devices. And when you force it, this is going to manually discover the registered devices in the Autopatch. On the top of the screen, you can see that the sync is in progress. So otherwise it is going to take 1 hour. I think this is going to take less than 1 hour because we are forcefully discovering it. So I'm going to pause the video. I'll come back once I start seeing these devices in this particular console. While the discovery is happening, I just want to quickly point out that let's go to the Windows 365 provisioning policies and show you how can you add your Windows 365 devices to utilize Autopatch. So for that, click on provisioning policies. If you have created one, you can modify an existing policy. So let me show you that first. So I'm going to pick the Frontline policy and under configuration, click on edit, and under additional services, this is where you can choose how do you want to manage the update on your cloud PC. I have selected none. So you can select Autopatch and click next and update. So I'm going to do the same thing for my enterprise provisioning policy as well. So select the policy. You can see that additional services, I don't have any services. So I'm going to click edit and click on auto patch, click next, update. So that's how you can modify your existing policy. To show you how to select from the beginning, so I'm just going to quickly create a new policy. I'm not going to fill any details, just give a random name, select the license, select an architecture where you want to host this cloud PC, click next. Select a gallery image. I'm going to retain the basic one. Yeah. So on the third screen, this is where you would pick, instead of none, to use auto patch, you would select this, click next, give a group, and review and create. That's how you create a brand new policy. Now let's go back to the auto patch. On the left hand side, on the bottom, you can see auto patch. Click on devices. Yep. Now you can see there are a lot of devices under registered. You can check the status of these devices, the auto patch group, and the different rings which these are part of. Three of my enterprise cloud PCs are part of ring 3. My Surface Go is part of ring 1, and one of the cloud PC is part of ring 2. So if you want to move these devices between different rings, you can select the devices and click on device actions, and you can exclude the device or you can assign it to a ring. Once you select that, click on this drop down button, and right now it is being automatically selected, but if you do want to move it to the test auto patch ring, or the first one, fast, broad, or the last ring, you can move it based on your selection. So typically, Microsoft doesn't automatically add these devices into the test group. We have to manually add to the test group. So this is where you get an opportunity to test these functionality prior to deploying it to your production users. So these rings are pretty much similar to your Windows Update for Business rings. So I don't have to over explain that. The first ring is, or the first group is, mostly for users who are early adopters. The fast ring is for assessing the quality issues prior to your deployment, and the broad one is for all business critical devices. So let's pick a couple of devices and assign that to the test group. So I'm going to pick the device action, assign to ring. I'm going to pick test ring and click on save. So you can see a notification which states that 5 devices are scheduled for assignment to Windows Autopatch test group. Once you move these devices into appropriate rings based on what you prefer within your organization, you can actually go back to these devices, go to Cloud PCs. I'm just going to look at the Cloud PCs right now. Go to all Cloud PCs. You can find these devices into all devices as well. I'm going to pick one of these devices. I recently moved to a test ring. Go to group membership. Here you can see that it automatically moved or added this device into Windows Autopatch device registration, which we have already done, and the test ring as well. So based on the test ring policy, it will automatically deploy the patches which you added to that test ring. So it's pretty straightforward from there. Along with this, if one more additional thing, if you go back to devices, go back to Autopatch devices, along with these registered devices, you can click on non-registered devices which were not able to register to Autopatch properly because of some prerequisites failed. So this could be because the device is not available, not able to meet certain thresholds. So you can click on these devices to see what is the issue. So I clicked on this Cloud PC. It says that it's a stale device. That means it's not available or it's not discoverable. So these devices which have not been registered to Autopatch cannot be added to any deployment ring. So if you select a device, you can see that the device action is disabled for us. The next thing which I want to show you is the reports. So you can go back to reports. There are few reports which is available for Autopatch. So you can click on Autopatch. There are 2 reports available, one for quality updates, another one is for feature updates. So you can access this report whenever you click on it, automatically goes and refresh to show you the recent report. So this is where you would be able to find the number of devices which is added based on each of this ring. Is it up to date, not up to date, how many devices are in progress, not ready, things like that. It's very detailed report which you can actually access. Similarly, like quality updates, there is another report available for feature update as well. So again, this itself shows how many devices based on the policies what you have defined, how many of them are upgraded, what is not up to date, things like that. From a user experience point of view, you can log into any device. I'm going to quickly sign back into one of the enterprise Cloud PC device. I'm going to quickly connect, log in with their password, go to settings, and click on Windows Update. Based on the deployment ring and the policy you have set, and based on which ring this device is part of, you would start getting these updates through Windows Update. So it follows the same process what you have defined, and then you can apply these to not only your cloud PC, your on-prem laptops and desktops as well. So that's a quick overview on Autopatch. One of the most important thing which I want to talk to you about is when you create a provisioning policy, along with what you have with the Autopatch policies and things like that, make sure you enable Autopatch in your Windows 365 provisioning policy. Turn this on if you want your cloud PCs to be part of the Autopatch. So I hope the information provided was useful. I will see you on the next one. Take care. You're watching episode number 14 of Windows 365 Masterclass. And in this episode, we are going to learn how can you secure Windows 365 using a FIDO2 key. Fitian has kindly sent me this package of different types of FIDO keys. You can see that this package includes different types or different kinds of keys you can use to secure your password. I'll make sure to put the link in the description. So this has a multi-pass, e-pass, IE-pass, all-in-pass keys, things like that. And we are going to use this all-in-pass key to log into the Cloud PC. So let's learn how to configure this. To enable passwordless security, you need to follow some requirements, and there are some prerequisites. All of that is mentioned in this particular article. So I'll make sure to put that link in the description. And there is another Microsoft article which talks about the supported providers. So we are going to use Fitian today. The keys which Fitian have sent me, which supports all the available options like biometric, USB, NFC, Bluetooth, and FIPS certified. If you want to understand the different types of product what they offer or want to purchase it, you can go to their website directly. And for Microsoft users, currently there is a discount option available for different products as well. The first step to configure this FIDO key to accept in your Azure is to go to your Azure portal. You can go to portal.azure.com, and we are going to configure this in our Azure tenant first. So within that, you can search for Azure Active Directory or Entra ID. So go to your Entra ID, and under Manage, scroll down till you see Security. So click on Security. Within that, again under Manage, you would be able to see authentication methods. So click on that option. Under authentication methods, again under Manage, there is something called policies. So we're going to select policies. Within policies, you can see there are different methods available. One of the option is the FIDO2 security key. So right now, as you can see in my tenant, it is disabled or not turned on. So I'm going to select that. Under Enable and Target, click on Enable. In the next tab, there is a Configure button. So click on Configure. We're going to retain Allow Self-Service Setup. We're going to turn on Enforce Attestation. And on the bottom of the screen, click on Save. Now, if I go back, you can see that under the authentication method, FIDO2 security key is targeted for all users and it is enabled within my tenant. Now let's perform some end user specific configuration. So what we are going to do is we are going to create some conditional access policies. For that, I'm going to go back to my Microsoft Entra ID, and on the left hand side, scroll down till you find security. Click on security, and under protect, click on conditional access. So we're going to create a conditional access for the Windows 365 app. There are a couple of ways a user can access Windows 365. One is using the Windows 365 app, and another is using a browser. So we're going to configure a policy for both. So first, let's go and create a new policy, and I'm going to name the policy now. I'm going to name it as FIDO2 key MFA for Windows 365. Under users, click on users. Instead of adding to all users, I'm going to select a particular user now. So click on users and groups. The right way to do is to add it to a group, but since I'm testing, I'm going to assign to one user, and I'm going to pick a user. The user I'm going to pick is Temaki. Select that. After, click on target resources. Here we are going to target it to selected apps. So under select, click on select, search for Windows 365, and under Windows 365 select Windows 365, and after that scroll down till you click on grant. Here we're gonna select require multi-factor authentication. Click on select. Next, under session, if you want to configure this, you can go through these settings and select the appropriate one. So I'm going to select the sign in frequency, and I'm going to choose 8 hours because that matches the typical working day, and click on select. And under enable policy, click on, right now it is under report only, so select turn on and click on create. So this now going through a validation process, and after that it will create this policy successfully. So the next step what we are going to try to do is we are going to configure the all pass security key, which I mentioned in the beginning of the video. So this is a remote session of a physical laptop, which is Surface laptop. I connected to it via TeamViewer. So let's go to devices, go to settings, click on Bluetooth and devices. So I don't have any devices at the moment, so you can either connect this particular FIDO2 key using Bluetooth or USB-C. So I'm going to connect it via USB-C, and let's wait for that key to be picked up by this device. So I can see a blue tick box which kind of mentions like the key is connected to the device. So click on view more devices. You can see that the device is connected. So this is the key which I'm going to use to configure the security. For the next step, we are going to go to accounts, and within accounts, click on sign in options, and under sign in option, click on security key, and inside that, this is where you have to click to manage the device. So click on manage. So it is asking me to touch the security key. I'm touching. So first let's set up a key pin. So click on add. I provided the key pin. Now next step is to select the security key fingerprint. So that's what we are going to use now. So I'm going to provide the key pin now, and I'm going to touch the fingerprint scanner to record the biometric. So all is set. I don't want to use any other finger. So click on done, and let's close this. So the next step what we can do is we can configure this to my account as well. So the Azure AD account. So to do that, let's go to browser, open the browser, go to aka.ms/mysecurityinfo and hit enter. So I logged in as this user. So this is the user we are going to test this FIDO key for your Windows 365. So right now the only authentication method enabled is the password. I'm going to add one more sign-in method. So choose a method. Here I'm going to choose a security key and click on add. To set up the security key, you need to sign in with the two-factor authentication. Click next, click next. So let's start by getting the app, click next. So I'm going to quickly configure the second verification before configuring the key. So now that the account is secure, let's go and configure the security key for this account. Let's go to the security info. I'm going to add a sign-in method. This time select a method, select security key, click on add. And here we're going to use the USB device. So select the USB device, click next. And now it is going to redirect to my device to finish the setup. So I have to select the security key, click next, set up the security key, request the app. Okay. So I have to provide the fingerprint. I'm providing that. Passkey saved, click OK. My sign in with the security key is also registered with the Azure Active Directory, and I provided the name for the security key as well. And all the verification or all the configuration we need to use the FIDO2 key for this particular user account is being completed. All right, so now let's test the Windows 365 for this user. So I'm going to go to windows365.microsoft.com, and To access this, instead of providing the username and password, I'm going to provide the security key option. So click on sign in with security key, and I'm going to provide my biometric and click next. So I'm going to touch the key one more time, and it is going to automatically sign in to the account. So as you have seen it, so I didn't even provide the username and password sign in. It just used the fingerprint to automatically connect. So now if I want to connect to Windows 365, all I have to do is choose the right Windows 365 and click on connect. And it automatically connects into my Windows 365. So let's run a speed test on my Windows 365. And this is hosted in Australia East, and you can see the blazing speed or the internet bandwidth what I get in my cloud PC. I hope you found this video helpful, and you learned how to configure FIDO2 key to access your Windows 365.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. We are continuing with Windows 365 Masterclass. In this episode number 15, we have a special guest in our channel. His name is Ravi. He works at Microsoft. Ravi is going to help us understand how the Windows 365 reporting is going to work. Hey Ravi, thanks for taking time to join our channel and explaining Windows 365 reporting. Over to you to introduce yourself and take us through.
Thanks, Shushant. Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in today. I'm Ravi Shankar Nandagopalan. I'm a senior PM with the Windows 365 Azure Virtual Desktop Customer Acceleration Team. I'm based in Melbourne, and I'll take a few minutes to essentially walk you through what are the reporting options available, what are the data points that are available for you to look at and see how to go about achieving different tasks, etc. Right? So I'll do a screen sharing in about a second. So essentially, when it comes to data in Windows 365, reporting is one section of it. As reporting, as the name suggests, it basically provides data aggregated over a period of time. In this case, usually it's aggregated over 7 days, 28 days, and refreshed every 24 hours. So there is bound to be delays in terms of how up to date the data is. And then there are data sources within Windows 365 where you can get near real time data for troubleshooting purposes. So, as much as for operations, reporting is essential, troubleshooting data is also essential. So, we will take a look at both those reports, both those data sources, and how to pick and choose which data source to use for achieving the goal that you have in hand. All right. So, just to set expectations, I will not be going too deep into each of these reports because they are pretty straightforward and simple, and there are tons of documentations available. So, I will stick to introducing those reports, what their purposes, etc. And Shushant, feel free to ask
Ask
me
any
any
question.
questions.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much, Ravi.
Perfect. So let me share my screen first. This is the Intune portal, essentially the management portal for managing Windows 365 and Cloud PCs. So Cloud PC is nothing but a instance of Windows 365, basically your compute environment. In order to look at data, there are multiple areas, like I mentioned. One of the top areas in Intune is reports. So you can get into reports, and you'll see that along with Intune reporting, there are multiple other reports available. So the first and foremost area that I would take you is with endpoint analytics. So this blade focuses on the analytical information for all your devices that are being managed by Intune. And Windows 365 by default will be managed by Intune. So we will focus purely on that. As you can see, we have a handful of reports. all but the battery health applies to it, because obviously
Yeah.
Windows 365 Cloud PC is just a virtual machine in the cloud, so battery health doesn't apply. So we have what we call as startup performance, essentially how the performance is in terms of when a cloud PC boots up after restart or cold booting. It The Intune report provides it with a score, and by default, it is going to show you organization-wide baseline. So when you go into the report, you can see different scoring. What is the time taken, or what is the score for core boot scenarios and core sign-in scenario, and it will provide you with breakdown on where it is taking more time. So in this case, for example, to sign in, it took 31 seconds in here, average. And for applying GPO policies and to a responsive desktop, how long it took, etc. One of the cool things about any of these reports is that at the end of it, or to the side of it, you will see insights and recommendation. So in essence, what it will do is to simplify the um, job of getting or gleaning the insights from these reports. It will provide recommendations. In this case, for example, you have one device with slow sign-in time, so I can simply click on it. It's going to take me into the startup performance, device performance view in here. And within that, I can look at all the cloud PCs that are available. And here it is going to tell me what are the boot performance, the startup performance score, etc., and the core sign in time, etc. So in this view, you can look at which are all the potential cloud PCs that are having problem. So you can go in and check by clicking on each of these cloud PCs and seeing whether there is anything that of interest that you need to do with the cloud PCs proactively, or reactively. When a user reaches out to you, you can get into this cloud PC and see what is going on within the cloud PC itself. For example, historically, what has been the trend? So the user might have installed an app that has increased the startup performance time, or so you can see the historical trend. Or it could be something else that has happened that has caused the increased startup performance. So that is one way of looking at it. So it'll give you historical data over a period of time, and it'll give you the date stamped and time stamp, as well as what are all the actions that were performed while this data was taken, right?
Right.
So
Ravi, can I interrupt and ask a couple of
yeah,
questions?
yeah,
Uh,
go for it.
First question: does customers need a special license like Advanced Endpoint Analytics to view this, or is it by default they can go through these reports?
Yeah, so they do get this analytics report as part of their licensing entitlement for Windows 365.
Okay.
Now, they don't need to do anything special when a customer is new to endpoint analytics and they are just getting started. When they click on endpoint analytics, the landing page, essentially they will be given an option to enable the endpoint analytics. So this service does not automatically collect data for you. You'll need to opt in
Right.
and allow the service to collect and provide these reports. So that page will show up when, if the tenant is not signed up for endpoint analytics. That's the only action that the admin needs to do. Once that is done, then the data will start flowing in and refreshing from time to time.
And they don't have to install any special agent or something. Intune agent does all the work for them, right?
That is correct. So, as you will see, data for Windows 365 in particular gets pulled in via Intune agent, as well as the platform level agents that get installed into the cloud PC. I'm not talking about the non-cloud PC physical devices or virtual devices. I'm purely talking about cloud PC, where we do pull information via Intune agent, via inbuilt, S by X, SXS agent, and there are few other methods through which we pull information. And you will see. So primarily the data that you see in these reports are pulled via Intune agent.
Okay, thanks. And
All right.
in the same place, they can see other Windows 10 and Windows 11, their devices as well, right? Non-cloud
Correct.
PC.
So
Okay.
correct. Yeah. So in this view, you will see devices of all make and model. In my tenant, I only have cloud PCs,
Yeah.
so it is showing prepended with cloud PC. But there are few virtual machines also I have. For example, in which I have enabled Intune enrollment, so it is showing up here as well. If there are physical devices, those will show up in the list as well.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So device performance view gives device level insights, while model performance essentially shows you what is the ideal performance for a particular physical or a virtual device, in this case, cloud PC. So it'll take a sample and it'll tell you that, okay, this is the ideal performance that a particular device should aspire for. Similar views will exist in essentially all the other reports that I'm going to go. So I'll not double click on each of these reports, but let me go into the other two important reports as far as cloud PC are concerned. Okay, so resource performance essentially is for giving you an indication on how the cloud PC's CPU and memory are working with regards to the user's usage of the cloud PC. So again, it has the similar scoring model. What do these scores mean? Are explained in the tooltip here when you hover, or you can go into the documentation by clicking on the learn more link at the end of the description. So if you look at it, this report, for example, collects metrics over a 28 day period, and it'll plot it as a graph, and you can click on each day and look at different data. So it'll tell you whether there has been a RAM spike, whether there has been any other resource spikes during that time. And similar to the previous report, insights and recommendations will show up here. If you want to show all the devices that are having these scores, then you can click on devices and you can go into specific device, and let's say in this one, and you can look at the cloud PC level data. Now here it is showing 0 for CPU and RAM, because this particular cloud PC has not been logged in for a long time. But if the user is actively using it, essentially you will be able to see data here to see on a particular day whether there has been any RAM spikes. So this report is useful when customers come to you and say that users come to you and say that, hey, I'm seeing slow performance. I don't know what is happening. So you can come to this report 60%, 40%, similar for RAM, and try to understand if there are any indications of resources being overclocked, resources being overused. It could mean that the device is essentially not suitable for usage for that, but the device specs are not suitable for that user. They might need a larger one or a smaller one. We do have a report that suggests that, which I will cover in a short bit. Going back, the third one that I want to show you is remoting connection. Now, when a user connects remotely to their cloud PC, there are different steps or different actions that are being performed under the cover, and all those actions are being tracked as to how long it takes. For example, how long it takes for me to connect to the cloud PC, what is the latency of connection when I am using my cloud PC. So that is shown in the form of round trip time, and how long it takes, that is shown in the form of sign in time. So I can look at these information and I can determine whether a particular cloud PC is having problem at the connection time, or whether it is having problem during the usage time. So connection time helps you understand how, why is it for some users taking too long to log in, while others, they are able to log in much faster. The round trip time is useful to determine whether there is network issues at the cloud PC level, or there are network issues at the end user level. So let's say I'm an end user connecting from my 4G mobile data. It might be much slower compared to a user or end user connecting from office network with dedicated internet connection bandwidth. So that is exactly what this particular report shows you, and it also gives you a indication over the last 28 days. For specific devices, again, you can go in and look at the data in a tabulated format. Any
Uh,
questions here before I move in?
yeah, I do have one question. Can you give a couple of examples what you have seen on sign-in issues, sign-in connection issues? What could be the reason some of the devices were not able to sign in properly?
So, when it comes to sign in, there are 2 or 3 different stages internally. In a nutshell, what happens is that user gets prompted with authentication credentials, and they type it. Once they are authenticated, at the second attempt, if they don't have single sign-on enabled, there will be a second prompt for the operating system of the cloud PC to be authenticated. So the first authentication attempt is for the Entra ID authentication at the service level, Windows 365 service level. The second authentication is at the operating system level. And then once the operating system authentication is done, then the next is loading the profile and presenting the user with the active usable desktop. So these are the, at a high level, 3 stages of connecting or signing into a operating system, cloud PC's operating system. Now, the issues can happen, for example, at the operating system login, where the user is trying to enter the credential. And if the cloud PC is hybrid join, Entra hybrid join, then it needs to authenticate against the on prem Active Directory server. So that might introduce delays. The second area where it can introduce delay is that there might be startup applications that are set up, or specific VPN clients that start on login. Those can add time delays when the user is logging into the operating system.
Right.
So those are the areas where the delays can happen. This report gives you a overall time value for that, and you can go in and look at that particular information and see where exactly the delay is coming from.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
All right. So these are the 3 important reports that I wanted to show you in this view. The next is we go to devices view. So again, I'm going to take you through a bunch of reports, but in essence, these are all reports that are serving different purposes. We will look at how these reports connect to troubleshooting as well. So far, I have told you about different troubleshooting options at the reporting level, but at near real time value, I will show you what are all the data that is available. One of the key metrics that any customer wants to track is essentially about the availability of the cloud PC, whether there has been any downtime, or if there is any issue at the platform level, that is at Windows 365 service level. The first report that you will need to look at is what is called as a Cloud PCs that aren't available report. So, as the name painfully indicates, that report gives you a list of Cloud PCs and the reasons why, whether they are not available, or if they are available, what is the status of it, right? So, for that, to access it, you need to go to devices, under devices overview screen, and at the bottom you will see Cloud PC performance view. Within that you will see a link called devices with connection issues. So you can click on this. This is going to take you to the Cloud PCs that aren't available view. In here, if there is a issue with a particular Cloud PC, only those will show up in this report. So in this case, for example, this Cloud PC is having a problem, and if you look at it, what that problem is, it is under host health, meaning there is some problem with the host that is hosting the Cloud PC. So if you look at it, it is basically saying that there is some error message. Let me see. I can go to view details link, and it is going to show me what exactly the issue is. Error VM not running. And when I click on it again, it's going to take me to essentially the list of health checks that are run. So one thing you need to understand about Cloud PC or Windows 365, because it is a SaaS service, we do all the automatic monitoring and report any issues. And one of the ways we do is at individual Cloud PC level, we run a bunch of tests automatically every few hours. These tests are listed here. If you see, they will repeat every quite frequently. So, for example, health check all the way to turn relay access health check, these are automatic tests that are run, and if there is any issue with one of them, the status might turn into unavailable. So in this case, health check failed. So I can click on it and I can see what particular test this health check test does, and when it failed, etc. And based on that, I can determine what could be the problem. So there are troubleshooting actions that you can do. So if you need more information on these tests and what they do, go to the documentation page of Windows 365, and essentially under troubleshooting category you will see a lot of troubleshooting information. All right, so this is an important report. If I go in here, it also tells me errors under different categories. So host health, whether it is healthy or not, connection error if there are any connection related problems, system status as in uh, the platform itself, whether it is available or not, or if there are any issues, and the region in which the Cloud PC is hosted. What is the device status, whether it has been provisioned or in the process of provisioning or failed provision, etc. So this is a important report for troubleshooting when an end user comes to you and says that they are not able to access their Cloud PC. The next is, let me click on the Cloud PC performance view, and this is going to take me to a whole slew of other reports. So we have reports that talks about connection quality, um, basically two metrics. What is the round trip time, and if there are any devices that are having slow round trip time, and those will show up here. I can simply click, and it is going to show me those two Cloud PCs with a number of additional data, including what was the available bandwidth at the time they were trying to connect. So one is a current value, another one is an aggregated uh, 50th percentile value. It is also going to show me IP address and various other data that is useful for troubleshooting. So similarly, it is also going to show what are the UDP utilization. And for other reports, like for example, Cloud PC, let's say utilization, this report tells me how much a Cloud PC is being used Um, it categorizes those cloud PCs under high, none, low, and average. I don't want to delve into this, but this report is primarily about when you assign a cloud PC, whether the users are actually making best use of that cloud PC. If they don't have a need, then you can use this report to gain and basically retrieve that license and reassign it to someone else. If you are wanting to know whether the assigned cloud PC size is the appropriate one, then, like I mentioned before, there is a report called Cloud PC Recommendations. Essentially, this report is going to tell you whether a particular cloud PC being used by user A is correctly sized for their use case. So it'll track the core metrics like CPU memory in an anonymized way, and it'll come up with recommendation on, for example, whether the cloud PC is of the right size or not. So it is going to categorize. If it is right size, it is good. If a cloud PC assigned is a lower size, meaning they are always hitting high resource utilization, it is going to show up in this view. Oversized, basically they are consistently using very less resource of the cloud PC, that's going to show up here. And finally, underutilized, meaning like whether a cloud PC is being rarely used or used for less than so many hours, then that will show up in here. So you can double click on each of these views and look at those reports individually, or you can go to insights by device, and it'll show up in this view. Basically, it'll show up the insight that it is giving you. Now, what action you can take based on this insight? Each of them have their own path. Underutilized, meaning like you can retrieve the license and you can assign it to some other user. Overutilized, or sorry, oversized, meaning you can assign a smaller license for the user. Or undersized, meaning you can assign a larger license to the user. So those are some of the actions.
Okay.
So I just want to take 2 minutes to explain what data is available at a particular cloud PC level for near real time troubleshooting. So let me go to devices view and Windows 365. If I get into all cloud PCs view, in here you'll see list of all cloud PCs. So let's say one of the user comes to you and says that, okay, I'm having some problems, issues. Then you can click on that particular cloud PC. Within that cloud PC, you will be able to see a view called performance. This is a preview view. So essentially you can click on this performance view, and this view is going to show you the data that you saw in other reports. For example, whether it is available, the cloud PC is available to connect, what is the round trip time, remote sign in time, available bandwidth data, how many hours in the last 7 days and 28 days the user has been connecting and using the device, whether the user is showing as currently signed in or not. All these information that you saw in different reports are available in the single view. So this view, for example, connectivity status, it just simply shows that whether a cloud PC is healthy enough to accept a user connection. So if it is showing unavailable, you can click on view report, and it is going to take you to the familiar previous view where it'll show a list of health checks that was performed, and it'll show you historical view. So you can go up to 28 days of test results and see whether there was a particular pattern that was repeating. So in this case, in the last 7 days, I can see that health check has failed twice. If you are concerned, you can go in and say, take a look what time it failed, and you can cross-reference that with a user reported issue. So user on 18th of June might have reported that they were having issue connecting to the Cloud PC. At that time, at 8:10 p.m., there was a problem with the Cloud PC. So you can correlate it and see whether the user report is matching with what is being reported by the system. And that would give you a clue on what was happening at that time, historically, as well as the current status. The next is what we saw in one of the other reports is the round trip time, remoting sign in time, and available bandwidth. This data will update frequently in with a lag of about less than 10 minutes. It'll update these values. So when a user calls you in and says that I'm having a very laggy experience or very slow response times from the Cloud PC, you can come in here and click on the report, and this report is going to show you timestamped value of what was the round trip time over a period of time, what was the available bandwidth, how long it took for the user to sign in, where is it the user connecting from, client IP address, what is the protocol they are using. What is the significance of these three columns is that user might be having their Cloud PC provisioned in Australia or New Zealand, sorry, in Australia, and the user might be traveling to, say, Singapore, and they are connecting from Singapore to a Cloud PC situated in Australia. So at that time, the connection gateway will update to Singapore, and it'll show the protocol as well. So if they are connecting far from a different geography, that would explain why the round trip time is higher, why it took longer for them to sign in, and if they are facing any slow response time or laggy connection, etc., from the available bandwidth and other issues. So it provides you with the details that you can use to infer different results with. Similar with connection protocol, there are two options: TCP versus UDP. UDP provides much better performance for the users. So you can look at the protocol and see at the time of connection or the time of issue whether they were using TCP or UDP. That gives you an indication of whether it is a contributing problem or not. So that's how this report is useful. And this view itself again gives you how long the user has been using over the last 7 days and 28 days. This report is essentially for admins to determine whether Cloud PC is useful for a user or not. So if, let's say, the user is using it for only X hours, then there might be a policy that the admin needs to follow where they need to retrieve the license and assign it to someone else. So those kind of actions can be done from here. So with that, that's pretty much it. Shushant, any questions from you?
Thank you so much, Ravi. That was very informative, and I appreciate you taking time out of your day and explaining us the reporting. If I do have any further questions, or if I do get some questions on reporting, I will probably reach out to you for probably a part two of this. Maybe we can
Yeah.
explain a frontline there and other aspects of reporting, probably which is going to come in the future as well.
Pleasure, Shushant, and thanks for the opportunity to be on your channel. Thanks for all the great questions and insights. Have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, Ravi.